Chapter 145. The Tajik brothers exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. It was too easy to reach the top 32 in the ranking battle. They had to admit that they were very lucky. Dorm 418 launched an attack. With the knight as a shield, they charged towards Dorm 302 first. Lantry, Manny, go. Aurora's face was cold. With her personality, she would not admit defeat so easily. She was not good at close combat, so she could only let the knight Lantry and Manny suppress her so that she could have a chance to shoot from a distance. If Ron was here, a team of skeleton warriors would be enough to solve the problem. But now, the role of shield could only be left to Lantry and Manny. Lantry was still an advanced novice. It was not because he was weak, but because he did not have good equipment or a good training environment. Most importantly, he did not have a horse. He could not afford one either. A knight without a horse would not be able to unleash the full potential of a knight. The knight in front of him was riding on a tall, single-horned warhorse. He was invincible. A single-horned warhorse was much bigger than a normal warhorse. It weighed about 2 tons. Lantry looked at the tall warhorse with envy. However, the knight in front of him was not going to be polite. He rode his warhorse and charged towards him. He could not retreat. If he did, Aurora would not be able to hold on. Lantry warned himself. He stepped forward bravely and raised a shield in an attempt to stop the 2-ton horned warhorse with a powerful charge. His wish was good, but his strength was not enough. Although the knight was also a freshman, he was only at the level of a beginner professional, which was not much different from Lantry, who was an advanced trainee. However, he had a horned warhorse and was stronger than Lantry. Boom! Lantry was in front of him. The tall, single-horned warhorse was like a chariot. It ran over Lantry and sent him flying. Ugh! Lantry felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, a human's flesh and blood couldn't stop a warhorse. The knight on the single-horned warhorse sneered and said coldly, "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that Lantry was injured, Lantry immediately cast a healing spell, and Lantry's injury was immediately healed. Manny rushed out with dark gold fury in her hand. She used her shield to protect herself. When the knight in front of her attacked, Manny's body was filled with the light of fire. From afar, she looked like a burning rose. At this time, the Tajik brothers also moved. They threw spells at Dorm 302 as if they were free. Red and blue spells exploded between them. Aurora finally understood why the Tajik brothers were so strong. They worked so well together that they were able to control the situation with just 2 magicians. Fire and ice bombs exploded in the arena. Dorm 302 was experiencing a baptism of fire and water, and it was unbearable for them. The busiest person in the arena was Lantry. He almost never stopped casting healing spells. On one hand, he had to protect the fatty who had low defense and attack. On the other hand, he had to pay attention to Manny and Lantry. Fortunately, he had overcome his psychological barrier and become an excellent priest. Otherwise, Dorm 302 would have been defeated. Aurora was very distressed. As an archer, she was the nemesis of mages, but she was being closed in by a swordsman and a paladin. Both of them were professions with extremely high defense. With Aurora's strength, although she would not be defeated, she was restrained to the point that she could not move. She wanted to support others, but she could not free her hands. With great difficulty, Aurora managed to dodge the swordsman's sudden attack with her agility. She took a peek and saw that her teammates were being beaten back. Even the priest, Lansim, was injured. He gritted his teeth and ignored the injuries on his body as he desperately healed his teammates. Aurora saw that the situation was bad. She immediately shouted, "Spread out! Spread out!" If they stayed together, there was a chance that they would be surrounded and annihilated. If they spread out, they might be able to survive for a while. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Dorm 302 would not be able to hold on for much longer. If everyone fought separately, it would be easy for the enemy to take them down one by one. Tajik and Tanak stood in the arena, high-spirited. He had not moved from his position since the beginning. Tanak said with a smile, "Brother, did you see that? They actually spread out. Are they looking for death?" Tajik laughed. There is no other way. Whether they stay together or spread out, they are not our teammates. But if they spread out, they can still hold on for a while. There were two ways. If they stay together, they would definitely die. If they spread out, they could still hold on for a while. Whoever was the commander would make the appropriate choice. Since they were going to lose anyway, they might as well hold on for a while. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope. Sigh. What a pity. Kadena slapped her thigh regretfully. Dorm 302 has lost. Shea was in the same mood. Yes, if Ron was here, we could at least win one round and rush into the top 16. Sigh. What a pity. The scattered team of Dorm 302 had it even worse. Their attacks were weak, and even Lantry did not have time to cast healing spells. Their injuries were increasing rapidly, especially Lantry, who was almost covered in blood. Fortunately, he had entered berserk mode and did not feel the slightest pain. Otherwise, he would have screamed like a pig being slaughtered when he woke up. Ron looked at Aurora's perilous situation and could only worry. There was nothing he could do. He almost wanted to throw out a bone spear, but he did not dare to do so because it would disqualify the whole dorm team from the competition. If that happened, there would be no point in continuing to fight. Ron's heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been late. Even if he directly broke through to the master level now, it would be meaningless. He could not participate in the competition at all. The mentors next to him were on guard against him. As long as Ron made a move, they would immediately stop him. Grandpa Homelin, what should we do now? Ron had no choice but to help Homelin. Malin smiled. Didn't you already comprehend the curse? Using the curse to help them is like reading a pornographic novel. Okay. Curse? Ron was overjoyed. He had almost forgotten about this, but he was worried. Was the curse not an attack method? Homelin seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ron. The curse is different from other undead magic. It does not have strong soul fluctuations, so it will not be discovered by others." Ron was still a little hesitant. After all, this was not an individual action, but a burden to the whole dorm. Ron, don't hesitate. Your companions are about to lose. What's the difference between being disqualified and losing? Melon tried to explain. Ron's mind suddenly became clear. Yes, if he did not make a move, Dorm 302 was doomed to fail. Only by using the curse would there be a chance of survival. Okay. Ron nodded. He rolled his eyes and made a strange hand gesture. Dorm 418, fail. Fail. You can't hit. You can't hit. Yes, it's brown. Dorm 418, go to hell. The night mentor next to him had been paying attention to Ron's actions. He frowned when he heard this. Hey, what are you doing? Ron was already prepared. He rolled his eyes and said righteously, I'm cursing them. Can I? The mentor could not see any clues. He could only snort and stop talking. Although cursing the opponent was tasteless, at the same time, it was useless. It was only to vent one's dissatisfaction and was not against the rules. There's a chance? Ron was delighted. Seeing that the mentor had no intention of stopping him, he immediately became bolder. At this time, he slowly chanted the curse spell. With my life as the medium, cast a curse on my enemy. God has given you a pair of beautiful eyes, but you can't see Guangming darkened astral vision. This was the darkened astral vision spell of the undead magic curse spell. He chanted the spell, and his eyes emitted a faint green light. At this time, the Tajik brothers who were casting magic suddenly saw darkness before their eyes. Their vision suddenly decreased. Tajik said, "Why did the sky suddenly darken?" Tajik said, "I can't see clearly in front." Darkened astral vision had a great impact on the long-range professions. They were surprised to find that their vision was blurred. They could not see the enemy in the distance clearly, and their attacks had become slower. Tajik said, "How can this be? Tajik, did you masturbate too much? I heard that masturbating too much can cause vision to blur." Tajik's face turned red. "You're the one who masturbated too much." The effects of darkened astral vision were gradual. At first, they did not feel it, but gradually they realized that something was wrong. "Tajik brothers, what's wrong with you?" One of their teammates exclaimed. At this time, he cried out, "Ouch! Your magic aim, it almost hit me." Even Dorm 302 was puzzled. The attacks of Dorm 418 were getting weaker and weaker. How can this be? Aurora was very surprised. Why are these people fighting randomly? Have they gone crazy? Suddenly, the pressure on Dorm 302 was greatly reduced. Kadena frowned. What's going on? They seem to be fighting very disorderly. Shea also said curiously, yeah, logically, Dorm 418 should have the upper hand. They don't need to attack at all. As long as they hold on, victory will be theirs. But why are they? Everyone was puzzled. Even His Majesty Nikolai in the stands frowned. I say, this isn't a rigged match, is it? Rigged matches, as the name implied, meant to throw the game. This was very much against the spirit of the competition and had rarely happened in previous ranking tournaments. Prats was furious. He said coldly, investigate after the match. If I find out that it was rigged, both dorms will be disqualified. Darbus nodded. If both sides were rigged, no matter who they were, they would be severely punished. Ron secretly glanced at the mentor next to him. Although the mentor looked confused, he did not expect Ron to do it. He also did not know how it was done. Chapter 146. Curse spell, weaken. At that moment, the people in room 418 felt their bodies lighten. Their magic and chi weakened significantly, and their bodies were as light as a feather. The Tajiks were even more upset. The large fireballs turned into small fireballs, and the icicles turned into ice bullets. The power of their magic was greatly reduced. Search for the latest updates here. The curse spell affected not only the range classes, but also the melee classes. The knights and swordsmen were shocked to find that the power of their chi had decreased by at least 30%, and the strength of their attacks had decreased by 50%, and it was still weakening. Room 418 felt that something was wrong, and they all began to complain. What's going on? Why did my power decrease? Damn it, my body. What's wrong with my body? Room 302 also noticed that the strength of the people in room 418 had greatly decreased. If they hadn't seen the shocked expressions on their faces, they would have thought that they were going easy on them. Aurora and Manny exchanged glances, reading the disbelief in each other's eyes. Aurora, have you noticed? Manny asked. Their power seems to have decreased a lot. Aurora nodded. Yes. Manny bit her lip lightly. I have a feeling that someone is helping us in the dark. Is that so? Aurora looked around. When her gaze fell on Ron, who was standing outside the dueling ring, he gave her an enigmatic smile. Aurora's heart clenched, and then she seemed to understand something. She lowered her voice and said to Manny in surprise, Manny, do you think Ron is secretly helping us? Manny looked at the confident Ron, and her heart settled. She said excitedly, it should be. I just don't know what method he used to weaken them. If that's the case, we should win for sure. At that moment, room 302 launched a counterattack under Aurora's command. Just the 6 of them defeated the 8 opponents, and they didn't know what to do. Lantry was in high spirits. He had actually overturned a 2-ton warhorse with his flesh and blood. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment. At this time, the audience booed. With 418 strength, taking down Dorm 302 without Ron would be a piece of cake. However, their performance disappointed everyone, and they couldn't help but doubt it. However, the Tajik brothers knew that they were suffering. They didn't know why, but their attacks were getting weaker and weaker. When Ron used the damage amplification curse, the entire room 418 could not withstand it and was defeated one after another. When the tutor announced that room 302 had won, they could not believe it. No way. We won just like that. Fatty shouted excitedly. He had just killed an intermediate swordsman with his bare hands. He felt like he had become Superman. Yeah, they're so weak. Karachi also covered her mouth and laughed. Only Aurora and Manny were still clear-headed. They knew that Ron was definitely behind this, but they didn't know how he did it. Impossible. This was Shea's first reaction when she saw that room 302 had won. She opened her small cherry mouth exaggeratedly, and her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? 6 against 8, and 3 of them were trainees. How could a team of 6 win? This world was too crazy. Kadena also stared blankly at the arena below. She curled her lips and said, They didn't fake the match, did they? How can room 418 be so weak? However, reality was reality. Room 302 had won. There was no way they could accuse them of cheating without any evidence. However, after the match, room 302 and room 418 were investigated. The person who came was Vice Dean Dabbs. He mainly suspected that room 418 had faked the match and deliberately lost. Room 418 naturally wouldn't admit to such a thing. There was no such thing in the first place. Even if they wanted to accuse room 302, there was no evidence, and they wouldn't be able to change the result of the match. They wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the academy. As for dorm 302, there was even less of a doubt about it. In the beginning, they were almost forced to the brink of defeat, but then they counterattacked and won in one fell swoop. No matter how one looked at it, this was an inspirational story. There was nothing to nitpick about. As for Ron, who was not going to fight, Dabbs naturally ignored him. Dabbs investigated for half a day and came to a conclusion. There was no fake match at all. As for why everyone in room 418 was suddenly weakened, it could only be attributed to a problem with their performance. Dabbs could only report the results to Prats. What? There's no suspicious point? That's impossible, right? Prats clearly saw that a novice student had beaten an intermediate swordsman to the ground. Logically speaking, this was impossible. As someone who could become a powerful being in the sacred domain, Prats naturally wasn't an idiot. He had sharp eyes and didn't believe Dabbs' investigation at all. In fact, Dabbs himself didn't believe it either, but he still insisted on this point. There's no suspicious point in this matter. At least, I didn't find anything suspicious. Also, from what I know, room 418 and room 302 have never been in contact. There's not enough evidence to support the fake match. Dabbs chose his words carefully. Prats was silent. He had been a righteous person all his life, and he couldn't tolerate even a single grain of sand in his eyes. The suspected fake match in room 418 had angered him, but he couldn't accuse anyone before he had evidence. Every word from a powerful being in the sacred domain had to be held accountable. Since there's no suspicious point, let's forget about this matter. Prats waved his hand and said. Dabbs nodded and left. At this time, Emperor Nikolai, who had been observing the situation, smiled and said, "Why don't you look for the answer from Ron? Perhaps this matter has something to do with him." Someone who could become the emperor of a country was naturally a shrewd person. He didn't believe Dabbs' words. The stand were much calmer today. Montego and Hill didn't come, and Emperor Nikolai didn't bring the Empress and Princess Angel, so they didn't hold back when speaking. Ron? Prats frowned. Didn't he not go up? Nikolai smiled. Dean Prats, not going up doesn't mean that he can't do anything. Prats thought for a moment and said to Dabbs, "Call the teacher standing beside Ron over." Dabbs quickly left, and soon he brought a tall knight up. The knight profession was also divided into apprentice knight, knight, knight master, grand knight, and knight general. According to the rules of the Noah continent, only those who were above the master rank had the qualifications to teach. This knight was originally a student of the Balarax Academy. After graduating, he stayed at the academy to become a teacher. The young knight was a little reserved in front of Dean Prats and bowed first. "Sir Dean." Prats wasn't in a good mood, and he waved his hand impatiently. "Forget about the illusory formalities. I saw that you were standing beside Ron the whole time. Did you notice anything strange from him? Or did he use any methods to interfere with the competition?" "No." The knight thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "I think so. Did he or didn't he?" Prats frowned. At that time, I was standing beside Ron and paying attention to him. To be honest, I didn't see him use any methods to attack, but what? Dabbs asked. The knight thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "But I noticed that his actions were a little strange." "Strange?" Nikolai's interest was piqued. "What strange behavior? Tell me in detail. Hurry up and tell me." Prats's face began to tense. It's like this." The knight tried hard to recall the scene. He kept mumbling. I don't know what he was saying, but it seemed like he was cursing the opponent. Everyone was stunned. "Cursing the opponent?" The knight nodded. "Yes, I asked him about it, and he admitted it himself. He was cursing them and making them lose. Pratt didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. He just kept mumbling and didn't make a move. The knight thought for a moment and said seriously, "Indeed, he didn't make a move." Dab sighed in relief. "Then it's not considered cheating." In Dab's eyes, as long as no one made a move, it was considered normal. As for cursing, who said that one couldn't curse the opponent? This was human nature. If one followed this standard, there would be many people who broke the rules. Pratt's face relaxed a little. If that's the case, it's not considered cheating. Otherwise, so what if Ron is the descendant of some ancient necromancer? I'll still punish him severely. Pratt was an upright person who didn't give anyone face. When Nikolai was studying at Balavax, he had experienced this more than once. Even though he was now the emperor of the Roland Empire, Pratt didn't give him any face. Emperor Nikolai had many strange ideas. The mysterious ancient necromancer magic has disappeared for 100,000 years. Principal Pratt, do you think that Ron used some secret method to help his dormitory win? For example, that curse. Needless to say, Nikolai wasn't a simple emperor. His guess was close to the truth. It wasn't that Pratt hadn't thought of this possibility. He smiled bitterly. So what if that's the case? It's too unreasonable for him to say that he's cheating. No matter where he goes, he won't be able to hold his ground. Moreover, I believe that no matter how mysterious and powerful ancient necromancy magic is, it's not possible to win by cursing your opponent. Otherwise, how could ancient necromancy magic disappear in the long river of history? Nikolai thought for a moment. He had to admit that Pratt's words made sense. The idea that one could win by cursing the opponent was simply a fantasy. At this point, he couldn't say anything else. Chapter 147. When Fatty and the others returned to the dormitory, they excitedly discussed what had just happened. Taking down a beginner or even an intermediate class with the strength of an apprentice was an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. Many of them were still reminiscing about that feeling of excitement. Aurora knew that things weren't that simple. She quietly pulled Ron aside and asked in a low voice, "Ron, did you do something just now?" Ron didn't want to hide it from Aurora. He nodded lightly and told Aurora about how he had used a curse to reduce the opponent's strength. "Really?" Aurora was surprised and happy. "Chill." Ron made a shushing gesture. "Don't tell anyone about this." "Of course," Aurora said with a smile. She found that she couldn't see through him anymore. It was precisely because she couldn't see through him that she felt he was mysterious. It was this mysterious quality that gave Ron his unique charm. She had to admit that it was this unique charm that attracted Aurora. This man with a thin and weak body had unknowingly broken into Aurora's heart. She, who had always been strong, was like an obedient kitten in front of Ron, submissive and obedient. It would be a lie to say that Ron didn't have feelings for Aurora. In Dormitory 302, everyone with a discerning eye could see that the two of them had an ambiguous relationship. Sometimes, the two of them would eat together, walk together, and chat. The two of them had a good impression of each other. They were only one step away from confessing. Aurora was a girl who dared to love and hate. She didn't have the so-called restraint of many girls in the continent of Noah. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. She didn't mind taking the initiative to confess to Ron. Once she confessed and Ron accepted it, it would mean that they were in a relationship. However, Aurora didn't dare to do so. Aurora also knew a little about Ron's situation. Why did he cultivate necromancy so desperately? He wanted to bring necromancy, which had disappeared for 100,000 years, back to its former glory and make the world no longer look down on necromancers. This was his dream, but was he ready to accept him? Besides, she also had a lot of things to deal with in her family. Thinking of the problems in her family, Aurora couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Wasn't she in enough trouble? Seeing Aurora staring at his face for a long time, Ron could not help but ask, "Aurora, what are you looking at?" Aurora's face turned red, but she quickly recovered. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that you're very powerful. You actually did something without anyone noticing, allowing us to win so easily." "Oh, right. The instructor beside you didn't notice, right?" Pornographic novels, Ron smiled. I don't think so. He thought it was just an ordinary curse, Aurora said. It's great that you have such an ability. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the quarterfinals, top 8? Ron smiled. My goal is to enter the top 4. Just as Ron had said, they defeated the Tajik brothers and entered the top 32. Then they continued on their way, defeating 2 teams in succession and entering the top 16 and top 8 respectively, entering the semifinals. Speaking of which, Ron and the others were very lucky. When they entered the top 16 and top 8, the opponents they met were not that strong. They all relied on luck to enter the top rankings because their opponents were weaker. Just as some people in the academy said, whether one could achieve a good result in the ranking tournament did not depend on strength alone. Luck was also very important. So what if they were the second strongest dorm in the entire academy? In the qualifiers, they met the strongest dorm in the entire academy, dorm 787. They could only obediently go home with their tails between their legs in the first round. However, in the finals, there was no longer any room for luck. Those who did not have strength would be eliminated in the end. Ron used his curse to easily defeat his opponents in the top 16 and top 8. When he entered the top 4, he encountered some trouble. The opponent had a powerhouse at the peak of an advanced profession, but in the end, Ron still won and smoothly entered the top 4. At this time, the top 4 had been determined. They were Machlin's team from dorm 787, Hefels' team from dorm 678, Ron's team from dorm 302, and there was another dorm that made people's jaws drop. That was Hera's team from dorm 237. It was worth mentioning that the members of this team were all girls. Cheers! In the dining hall of the Balarax Academy, dorm 302 was holding a celebratory feast. Ron, Aurora, Manny, and the others all raised their cups to celebrate dorm 302 entering the top 4. This was something that they would never have dared to think about before. The reason why they were so happy was because they had received the prize money for the Academy ranking tournament today. A total of 320,000 gold coins, 10,000 for 64th place, 20,000 for 32nd place, 40,000 for 16th place, 80,000 for the top 8, and 160,000 for the top 4. In total, they had received 320,000 gold coins. Aside from Fatty, no one had ever seen so much money. Everyone sat down in a joyous atmosphere. At this time, Lantry stood up and excitedly walked in front of Ron with a cup of wine in his hand. Ron, if it wasn't for you, how could our dorm, which has always been called a gathering camp for trash, enter the top 4? Although you don't say it, we all know in our hearts. Here's to you. As he spoke, Lantry clinked his cup with Ron's and downed it in one gulp. Ron also stood up and said, We're all classmates. No need to be so polite. Besides, the honor belongs to the entire dorm team. I only contributed a little, everyone laughed, and the atmosphere at the table was very lively. Even Aurora, who usually didn't drink, drank a lot. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and she exuded an indescribable charm. At this time, a group of girls walked into the Academy's cafeteria, chatting and laughing. Accompanied by bell-like laughter, most of these girls were outstanding beauties. Their appearance was a beautiful sight. Aurora nudged Ron with her elbow. Look, they're here. Ron also noticed these beautiful girls and asked, Who are they? Aurora glared at him. Don't you know them? They're one of the top 4, dorm 237. Look, isn't the leader Hera? Hera. Ron looked in the direction of the voice. The girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. That's her. Dorm 237 is full of girls, and she's also our opponent, Aurora said in a low voice. That's them. Ron was surprised. He didn't expect these delicate girls to be able to make it to the top 4. Manny said with a smile. Although they're all girls, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. They're all students of the elite class, and each of them is at the senior level. Especially Hera. She's a water advanced magician. It said that she's already at the peak of the senior level and is trying to break through to the master level, which is the junior magician level. She's not inferior to Machlin and Hefels, but she's always been low-key and doesn't like to be in the limelight. She's from the royal family of the Moran Kingdom, and she's the daughter of the current queen, Julienne. This Moran Kingdom is a bit strange. In their country, men can't inherit the throne. Only women can inherit the throne. This Princess Hera may be a queen in the future. It's great if anyone can marry her. The husband of the queen, as he spoke, a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that Rum was also attracted to Hera, but he also knew that their status was too far apart, and it was useless to pursue her. Oh, Ron casually glanced at Hera. He didn't care much about the royal family, and whether Hera was noble or not had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Hera happened to look in Ron's direction. When she saw Ron, she was stunned. After hesitating for a while, she actually walked towards Ron. Aurora's eyes narrowed. "Be careful, she's coming." When the people of room 302 saw Hera walking over, they couldn't help but feel nervous. As one of their opponents in the top four, they didn't think that she came with good intentions. However, Hera acted as if nothing had happened. She came to the table of room 302 and smiled. "Hello, everyone." Everyone weakly responded. They were all intimidated by her noble temperament. Hera was wearing a light blue magician's robe today. Her slightly curly black hair was casually draped over her back, and there was a faint smile on her beautiful face. She wore all kinds of small accessories that could increase the effect of magic. These accessories weren't simple. They could increase the effect of magic, and any one of them was comparable to a dark gold-grade weapon. "Hello," Ron said with a slight nod. Although she was an opponent in the top four, and an extremely powerful one, Ron felt that she didn't come with bad intentions. Hera smiled. For a moment, it was like 100 flowers had bloomed. Everyone was stunned. Only now did they realize that Hera's beauty wasn't inferior to Kadina's. It was just that she had always kept a low profile and was overshadowed by Kadina's limelight. "You're Ron, right?" "I'm Hera. What's the matter?" Although Ron was also stunned, he immediately recovered and hurriedly asked. Hera nodded. "Yes, I'm here to ask you a question." Ron was curious. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, so what was there to ask? He still nodded politely. "What do you want to ask?" Hera thought for a moment. "I want to ask you, before you were called Ron, or should I say, was there a name called Moody?" "Moody?" Ron frowned. He remembered that when he had a conflict with Heefles, Shea had called for reinforcements. Hera was among them. She was Shea's good sister. After the incident, she had asked Ron the same question. Ron smiled and answered, "Miss Hera, I remember now. You've asked me this question before, and I've answered you before. But now, the answer is the same. My name is Ron. My grandfather gave it to me, not Moody. I'm sorry, I think I've got the wrong person." Hera's eyes were filled with disappointment. "You look a little like someone I know." "It's fine." "Indeed, many people in the world look alike." Ron smiled faintly. Hera hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "But Ron, I have a request. I wonder if you can please speak." Ron nodded. Chapter 148. Ron was stunned. He hadn't expected Hera to make such a request. What was this? A noble princess of a country taking the initiative to be friends with him? Ron didn't think he had that much charm. It wasn't just Ron. Everyone in room 302 was stunned, especially the boys. They looked at Ron with envious expressions. A noble princess of a country taking the initiative to put down her status and softly beg to be friends with Ron. Who knew how many lifetimes of good fortune this guy had accumulated? Search for the latest updates here. Something strange. Ron quickly pondered and seemed to understand something. He shook his head and said, "Miss Hera, if you're trying to achieve something in the semifinals, I think you found the wrong person." Hearing Ron's words, everyone finally understood. Could it be that Hera was trying to seduce Ron in order to become the champion? They couldn't help but despise her in their hearts. They couldn't help but sigh at Ron's good luck with women. Shea, Kadina, and Aurora were all rare beauties, especially Shea and Kadina. They basically wouldn't show any interest in men, but they were very interested in Ron. And then there was this Hera. He hadn't been at the academy for long, so why did it seem like all the beauties were by his side? Hera was stunned. She knew that Ron must have misunderstood. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ron. I don't have such thoughts. To be honest, I don't care about the rewards for becoming the champion. As for glory, I don't want to fight for it. Looks like I've been thinking too much. How could a princess of a country care about something so trivial?" Ron sighed in relief and smiled. "Miss Hera, I've misunderstood. If it wasn't for this matter, I think I could agree." Hera's face finally lit up. "That's great. Then we'll be friends from today onwards. That's right." Ron laughed. "I also hope to have a friend like you." At this moment, the awkward atmosphere from before was finally swept away. Fatty also displayed his friendly personality and warmly invited Hera to sit down, but she refused. At this time, Hera's eyes turned, and she finally revealed her true purpose with a smile. "Ron, if you have time, you can consider coming to our Molan Kingdom. As your classmate, I will personally come out to receive you this." Ron hesitated for a moment and nodded. "No problem. I will visit you when I have time." Ron didn't say anything definite. He only said that he had time. As for when he would have time, only God knew. Seeing Ron agree, Hera looked very happy. "Then it's settled. I welcome you on behalf of the Moran Kingdom." After saying that, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he added, "Of course, everyone in room 302 is also my good friends. You are also welcome to come." Everyone could tell what Hera meant. She was mainly inviting Ron, and the others were just incidental. After Hera finished speaking, she tugged at her skirt and gracefully bowed. "Sorry for disturbing everyone. Hera will take her leave now." Ron nodded. Hera smiled and turned to leave. After Hera left, there was a burst of astonishment at the table. Fatty said, "Ron, oh Ron, you're really something. You even managed to hook up with Princess Hera. She's the future queen of the Molan Kingdom. If you marry her, you'll immediately become the queen's husband." Manny laughed and said, "That's right. Ron actually got Her Majesty the Queen's favor. He's so lucky now. How enviable." Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's with that? She said she wanted to be friends. What queen's husband? That's a bit off topic. Besides, I don't know what's going on. To be honest, I've only met her twice. Both times, she asked me if I was called Moody." Manny laughed and said, "What's this called? Love at first sight. I didn't expect the icy beauty Hera to be so passionate." She confessed after meeting twice. Fatty looked annoyed. "Ayaya, comparisons are odious." "I believe in love again." Ron was speechless for a while. Aurora's expression was grave. "Ron, with Hera's personality, she rarely does such a thing. I think you should be careful." Ron also felt that Hera's actions were strange. Logically speaking, a princess wouldn't approach him so eagerly. He nodded and said, "I'll be careful, but I don't think she has any ill intentions." "Hera, what are you doing over there? Declaring war?" a girl asked with a grin while hugging her shoulder lightly. "Declaring war? I'm not that bored." "Then what are you doing there?" "Sister Hera, I've known you for 3 years. It seems that you've always been cold to everyone, especially to men. I saw that you were chatting happily with the boss of room 302, Ron. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with him?" The girl continued to ask with a grin. "Go to hell." Hera glared at her. "I'm not as dirty as you think. Ha." A burst of cheerful laughter sounded from room 237, attracting the attention of all the students in the cafeteria. However, she clearly didn't want to continue on this topic. Hera raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Ron in the distance. A trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. Why did this Ron look so similar to him? The semi-finals of the Balarax Academy were watched by tens of thousands of people. The pack stand were already filled with blackheads. The semi-finals didn't just represent money, glory, and strength. It also determined the future of the participants. Those who could fight their way out of thousands of students naturally weren't ordinary people. They were geniuses that tens of thousands of people looked up to. Their achievements couldn't be measured. Students who walked out of the semifinals would definitely be recruited by large families and powers. Mocklin, for example, received the title of First Sacred Knight and attracted the attention of the Holy See. Not only was he recruited, but he was also bestowed the title of Holy Son and nurtured with great effort. In the semifinals, Mocklin's team, Heful's team and Hera's team were last year's champion, second place, and third place respectively. Today, there was a new competitor, Ron's team. Heful's face was expressionless, but his gaze towards Ron was somewhat cold, making Ron feel extremely uncomfortable. Heful's attitude was one thing, but what made him feel strange was that Machlin's attitude was the same. Ron didn't know when he defended him. Only Hera smiled at him, and Ron felt a warmth in his chest. The drawing of the semifinals was presided over by Prats. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd and finally stopped on Ron. He nodded and said, "The drawing of the semifinals begins now. The drawing of the lots begins now." An instructor nodded and said to the four people, "The results of the drawing of the lots came out quickly. The first round was actually Ron against Heful's, and the second round was Machlin against Hera." Heful's and Ron looked at each other. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Machlin's face was a little gloomy. He glanced at Ron from the corner of his eyes with a trace of intense killing intent. He snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "I'll let you live a little longer." Not long after the drawing of the lots, the first round of the semifinals officially began. In the arena of the First Division, Dormitory 302 and Dormitory 678 were already standing together. They took out their weapons from their space bags and were ready for battle. Due to the grudges between the two dormitories, the atmosphere was very tense, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The instructor looked at both sides and said calmly, "Everyone knows the rules, so I won't repeat them here. Now, let the competition begin." Wait, before the instructor could finish his sentence, Heful's suddenly broke out into a pornographic novel. Rand raised his hand, interrupting him. The instructor turned to look at him and asked, "Heful's, do you have any other questions?" Heful slowly put down his hand and looked at Ron quietly. He said in a low voice, "Ron, I have a suggestion. Do you accept it?" Heful's sudden attack on Ron caught Dormitory 302 off guard. They didn't know what Heful's was up to. Ron was very calm. "Say it. I'll fight you one-on-one." Heful stared at Ron and said word by word, "Ron, I'll fight you one-on-one instead of this group battle." What? Not only was Ron stunned, even the people from Dormitory 302 and the referee were stunned. They never thought that Heful's would make such a request. Heful smiled proudly. "If I win, it means my dormitory wins. If you win, my dormitory will admit defeat. How about it?" Only Heful's dormitory people's expression didn't change. It seemed that they already knew his plan. Ron's eyes narrowed. This Heful's, what was he trying to do? In terms of strength, Heful's dormitory naturally had the advantage. They had all kinds of professions and were strong. They weren't inferior to Dormitory 787. Just last year, the difference between them was just luck. Ron's Dormitory 302 only had 7 people, and 3 of them were trainees. They were mainly supported by him and Aurora. If it was a group battle, he would lose without a doubt. He had fought with Heful's before, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Now, he suddenly proposed a one-on-one duel. What was his purpose? Heful saw that Ron didn't respond for a long time and said impatiently, "Ron, what's your decision? Be straightforward, don't be wishy-washy." Ron and Aurora looked at each other and took a deep breath. They stared at Heful's and asked, "Why? Won't you have an advantage in a group battle?" Heful's grinned. "Indeed, I have an advantage in a group battle, but it doesn't mean anything to me." "Doesn't mean anything?" Ron frowned slightly. "That's right." Heful smiled and said, "I defeated Dormitory 302, but I didn't really defeat you. It doesn't mean anything to me." Ron hesitated. "If you lose, I won't complain." Heful's interrupted Ron's words and said in a deep voice, "Don't squeak here. Ron, do you dare not?" "This?" Ron turned to look at Aurora and then at everyone in Dormitory 302. Aurora's eyes were full of encouragement. "Ron, accept his challenge. I believe you won't lose. Here, Ron, do your best." Chapter 149. Everyone in room 302 expressed their support for Ron. In their hearts, they believed that Ron would definitely not lose. All right, Ron finally made up his mind. Search for the latest updates here. Heefles turned to look at the tutor who was acting as the referee. The tutor pondered for a moment. Since both of you have agreed, I have nothing else to say. All right, all unrelated personnel, please leave the arena. A smile finally appeared on Heefles' face. Why are the others leaving? Only Heefles and Ron are left. The audience began to stir. Could it be that they're preparing for a one-on-one duel? It seems like it. An audience member exclaimed in surprise. It can't be. Heefles is actually so stupid. There are only 7 of them. In this case, his original advantage is gone. Another audience member said, the strongest dorm 787 in the entire school was also paying attention to this match. They were also sitting high up in the stands, quietly watching the duel below. IFAT pursed his lips. This Heefles is really a fool. He was originally going to win the match, but he actually went for a one-on-one duel. There's so many variables. How unwise. Don't you think so, Shea? Shea's face was tense as she ignored him. IFAT had always liked Shea, but unfortunately, Shea didn't like him. He took the initiative to talk to Shea, but Shea's attitude made him feel very awkward. Kadina's eyes widened. IFAT, I think Heefles is really manly. He didn't take advantage of the situation and went for a fair one-on-one duel. How nice is that? Kadina didn't like IFAT either, so she deliberately went against him. Kadina's rebuke made IFAT's face turn red and white. Kadina's status was noble while IFAT was just an ordinary noble. He didn't dare to do anything to Kadina. Mocklin did not say a word as he quietly looked at the 2 people in the field. When his gaze swept across Ron, a trace of sternness flashed across his eyes, and he sneered. Ron, just you wait. When I bring your head back to Mount Hyjal, it will be the day of my promotion. At that time, I, Mocklin, will become the first Holy Sun. There was more than one Holy Sun in the Holy See, and all of them were of noble status. Mocklin had already made a name for himself when he first joined the Holy See and was recognized by the Pope. The task of hunting down the heretical ancient necromancer Ron fell on his shoulders. However, Mocklin didn't agree with this seemingly fair method. To him, as long as he could win, he would use any means. Interesting. Pratt looked at the 2 people in the duel field and smiled. Heefles is also a talent. I didn't expect him to play this game. Should I say he's smart or stupid? Nikolai looked at Heefles, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, this person seems good. Dean Prats, how about giving him to me? Pratt smiled. Heefles is a noble from the Holy Roman Empire. If he agrees, it's not a problem. Hearing Pratt's words, Nikolai heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Heefles agreed to work for the royal family, this trip wouldn't be in vain. As for the families of the Holy Roman Empire, it didn't matter. As long as he wasn't the first heir, they would most likely agree. Other than Ron, Aurora, and the others slowly walked down the duel field, and so did Dorm 678. Before leaving, Aurora said to him, good luck. Her expression was full of concern. Heefles rode on the long-fanged tiger, and in an instant his aura was oppressive. He held a mace in one hand, and the spikes on the mace made people shudder. At this moment, Heefles revealed his arrogance. Let's fight. Ron, I hope that you won't disappoint me in this battle. Ron took a deep breath. As you wish, boom. Pornographic novella Black Soul Force, accompanied by the howls of demons from hell, opened the curtains to the duel between the 2. Skeleton Warrior. The valiant skeleton warriors brought with them a terrifying aura as they scrambled to crawl out of the ground. Heefles coldly snorted. These things again, Long-Fanged Tiger, break for me. The Long-Fanged Tiger roared and pounced at Ron. At this moment, the skeleton warrior also pounced forward bravely. It was like a wall, firmly blocking in front of Ron. Ron sneered and lightly tapped the bone staff in his hand. Bone prison. Eerie white bones rose from the ground like a cage, trapping Heefles and the Long-Fanged Tiger. At the same time, the skeleton warrior also began its attack. Ancient necromancy magic is indeed powerful, and this guy's strength has increased by quite a bit. Heefles frowned, his heart trembling. He commanded the Long-Fanged Tiger to break the bone prison. The long-fanged tiger stretched out its huge tiger claws, and the fragile bone prison was torn apart like paper. The bone prison couldn't trap the long-fanged tiger at all. Ron had already expected this, and he commanded the skeleton warrior to pounce forward. Heefles' expression changed slightly. Ron's attacks came wave after wave, giving him no time to breathe. In the blink of an eye, a sea of skeletons had already arrived in front of him. So many skeletons, many of the students exclaimed. Didn't they say that necromancers were the worst class? It seems that they're quite powerful. Ha, haven't you heard? Ron isn't an ordinary necromancer. He's an ancient necromancer. Another student said with a smile. This is completely different from the necromancy magic we know. I want to learn necromancy magic too. At this moment, an abnormal change occurred on the battlefield. Heroic strike. Heefles roared and swung the dark gold club in his hand. Bang! A skeleton warrior's head was smashed open, and it turned into a cloud of black smoke before disappearing into the air. Heefles and the long-fanged tiger worked together. The heavy club and the tiger's sharp claws and fangs were simply no match for the skeleton warriors. One by one, they turned into clouds of black smoke and disappeared. At this moment, Heefles used the tiger's speed to quickly close in on Ron. He knew that the only chance he had against a class that specialized in long-range attacks like Ron was to quickly close in. Poison Bone Dagger. Ron had gained some experience in dealing with these tough classes. Although the Poison Bone Dagger couldn't break through the opponent's defense, the frightening poison would be extremely troublesome. Ron lightly rubbed the bone staff with one hand, and a dagger-like object instantly appeared in his palm. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly flung out his hand as Heefles approached. The dagger was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Heefles was slightly startled as the specks of green light appeared in front of him. Not good. High Furs was greatly alarmed. His body jerked backwards, and he barely dodged the dagger by a hair's breadth. However, the sharp edge of the poison bone dagger still lightly scratched his arm, and a trace of blood appeared on his thick and powerful arm. That was close. Heefles secretly praised himself for being able to dodge at such a close distance. He was very satisfied with his own reaction. As for the small wound on his arm, he automatically ignored it. Ron, as long as I get close to you, you're dead meat. Heefles' eyes were filled with killing intent. He clamped down on the tiger's abdomen and suddenly rushed towards Ron. The tiger was extremely fast, and with a fierce pounce, it had already arrived in front of Ron. Bone Spear. Ron's mind moved. He summoned a long bone spear and calmly dealt with the attack. It had to be said that Ron's close combat ability was commendable, but he couldn't compare to a class like Heefles who specialized in close combat. Although Ron was at a disadvantage, he still gritted his teeth and bitterly held on. He was waiting for the moment when the poison bone dagger's poison would take effect. Heefles sneered. Ron, I admit that you are very strong. Unfortunately, once I get close to you, you won't have a chance. As he spoke, he felt a trace of strangeness from the wound on his arm. He gently rubbed it and found that his entire arm had turned purple. At the same time, there was a trace of numbness. Heefles turned pale with fright. He suddenly woke up. Not good. The dagger just now was poisoned. At this time, Ron laughed. Heefles, is your arm feeling numb? Congratulations, you have been poisoned. Heefles gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. He crazily urged the Do Chi in his body to force the poison out of his body. This move was quite effective. Not long after, more than half of the poison was forced out. His arm also returned to its normal color. Seeing Heefles' actions, Ron smiled. Forcing out the poison, not bad. But even if you completely force out the poison, it will consume more than half of your Do Chi. As he spoke, Ron once again summoned a large number of skeleton warriors and launched an attack on Heefles. Heefles gritted his teeth. He had to force out the poison and deal with the swarm of skeletons. For a time, he was surrounded by danger. Fortunately, his most loyal partner, Tusk Tiger, had a strong fighting strength and was barely able to stabilize the situation. Just a little bit more. Karachi anxiously stamped her feet. Her long braids swayed gently, looking very cute. Aurora said with a smile, just a little bit more. Heefles isn't so easy to deal with. Besides, Ron hasn't shown his true strength yet. Finally, Heefles completely forced out the poison and immediately began his counterattack. Wherever he went, the skeletons were shattered. Even the skeleton warriors with their strong defense weren't a match for him. But what made Heefles depressed was that the skeleton warriors didn't fear death and still rushed forward dauntlessly. Heefles' expression changed slightly. These skeletons were really too terrifying. To be able to control these fearless skeletons, the necromancer wasn't simple at all. As the skeleton warriors were destroyed one by Heefles, Ron's expression didn't change. He silently tapped his bone staff, his mouth chanting cryptic syllables, a long string of incantations flying out of his mouth. When Ron finished chanting the last syllable, his eyes suddenly opened. Skeleton magicians. A dozen or so skeleton magicians appeared out of thin air, standing in front of Ron. They wore tattered black robes and held short bone staffs in their hands, quietly waiting for Ron's orders. Heefles frowned when he saw this formation. These skeleton magicians were different from the skeleton warriors. They were quite difficult to deal with, and their overwhelming magic was no joke. The best thing to do now was to break through the wall formed by the skeleton warriors and destroy the terrifying skeleton magicians. Only then would they have a chance at survival. Heifers immediately made a decision and let out a loud roar. His long-fanged tiger charged into the group of skeletons like an unstoppable tank. Even instructor Ruqiang's skeleton hero was sent flying by the impact. At this time, Ron's skeleton magicians finished their magic preparations. "Kill!" Ron shouted, and a barrage of magic bombarded the area. Boom! 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 Countless spells bombarded Heefles, raising a cloud of dust around him. What a powerful magic attack! Heefles is dead for sure. Chapter 150. Below the stage, Aurora's face was suffused with a trace of splendor. Ron's strength made her extremely proud. Unknowingly, a knowing smile appeared on Shea's face. Ron is definitely going to win. Kadena smiled and teased. "Sister Shea, you seem to be very happy." Shea blushed. "How could that be?" Kadena giggled and lowered her voice. "You're still denying it? Your face is as red as an apple." Shea stroked her slightly hot cheeks and said, "Didn't the people from room 302 treat us to a meal that day? We can be considered friends. It's normal to cheer for him." Kadena and Shea whispered to each other and laughed from time to time. Ephraim wanted to hear what they were saying, but he didn't dare to get close. He could only stare at them from the side with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With Kadena around, it wasn't easy to get close to Shea. In the duel arena, the battle between Heefles and Ron was reaching its climax. The entire duel arena was filled with smoke and dust. There was also a slight tremor in the arena. The battle was exceptionally intense. In the stands, the people from room 678 were extremely nervous. They knew that their captain Heefles was at a disadvantage in the one-on-one duel with Ron. Heavens, this guy's undead magic is too powerful. He's not someone to be trifled with. Fresno swallowed with difficulty. Seeing Ron's terrifying strength, he regretted his previous actions of causing trouble for Ron. If Heefles was also defeated by him, there would be no one in the academy who could protect him. When Ron decided to settle the score, he wouldn't be able to stay in the academy anymore. "Will Boss Heefles win?" Fresno asked, his voice a little hoarse. He was asking Misoya, the wife of Heifers, who was next to him. Misoya's face was always calm. She gently pulled her hair that was messed up by the wind and smiled faintly. "Is there any point in saying this now?" Fresno was silent. He knew that it was useless, but there was nothing he could do. If there was anyone who did not want Heefles to fail, it was undoubtedly him. The battle in the field was still going on. Suddenly, Ron opened his eyes wide because he saw a figure suddenly appear in the billowing smoke. This figure's speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, it was already in front of Ron. A black shadow quickly attacked him. The person who came was Heefles. At this time, he was covered in wounds, as if he had been burned by flames, emitting a burnt smell. Hefels, who had rushed out of the skeleton magician's attack range with great difficulty, was shocked and angry. He raised a mace in his hand and fiercely smashed it at Ron with a strong fire-fighting aura. At this time, Hefels had already arrived in front of Ron. He could only control the skeleton magician to stop the attack. Otherwise, he would be injured after a round of magic attacks. Bone Shield. With this attack, even if Ron didn't die, he would be injured. He didn't dare to be careless. A black light condensed in his palm and turned into a pile of bones. The bones continued to expand and turned into the shape of a shield. Boom! The mace with a strong fire-fighting aura smashed into the bone shield. For a moment, flames shot out in all directions. The blazing heat spread continuously in all directions, and a ring of fire engulfed the entire arena. Hefels held his breath and was determined to give Ron a heavy blow. A strong force pressed down like a mountain, causing Ron to feel suffocated. The surrounding flames roasted his body, causing his clothes to become scalding hot. At this time, Ron's legs had already sunk deeply into the ground. Crack! The bone shield cracked into countless pieces. Ron spat out a large mouthful of blood. His thin and weak body was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. Ron! Aurora cried out involuntarily. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she almost rushed into the arena. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the arena. At this time, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing Hefels's burly figure. Hefels's armor had been shattered, revealing his naked upper body. A trace of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. At this time, his whole body was covered in bruises. The bruises were traces of frost, and the purple was from being burned by flames. He looked very miserable. His long-fanged tiger was already gone. It seemed like it had automatically returned to the summoning space due to excessive injuries. Hefels panted heavily. After a long battle, his Dochi was almost exhausted to the limit. In addition to his serious injuries, he felt even more exhausted. What? Hefels's heart trembled. This guy's strength actually didn't decrease at all? Oh. Ron crawled up with difficulty. The soul ring in his hand was constantly replenishing his lost spirit energy. This gave Hefels an illusion that his strength didn't decrease. When he moved his hand, Ron felt a sharp pain in his right hand, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The bones in his right hand were already shattered, and every move he made caused a piercing pain. Ron! Aurora cried out in alarm. She suddenly covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Manny hugged her and comforted her softly. It's okay, Ron is fine. Then she looked at Rum. Rum understood, but he still shook his head resolutely. I can't save him. If I interfere, Ron will lose. In a one-on-one battle, others couldn't interfere. If they violated the rules of the competition, they would be punished. This was the same for Hefels. Hefels' body was covered in wounds, but the priest in his dorm didn't heal him either. However, Ron was different from Hefels. Hefels was a warrior, and his physique could withstand relatively heavy injuries. However, as a necromancer, Ron couldn't. Just one hit would make him lose the ability to fight. It's over. Shea's heart clenched as she sighed. He's going to lose. With his strength, he's still not Hefels' match. Kadena also nodded, her eyes full of regret. High up in the stands, King Nikolai's hand lightly tapped on the chair. What a pity, what a pity. He was so close to winning. Pratt's also nodded. Both of them are very strong, and their strength is similar. Let's see who can last. In the arena, Hefels' face was full of coldness. Ron, you don't have a chance anymore. Just admit defeat. Don't even think about it. Ron crawled up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared coldly at his opponent. Hefels, I haven't lost yet. Then you can only die? Ron, you asked for it. Hefels' gaze became cold. His body moved, and he pushed his fighting aura to the limit. Large amounts of flames crazily surged out from his body, and the entire arena was filled with powerful flames. With his body as the center, it continuously spread out in all directions. Frazino stood at the side of the arena, his magic robe already fluttering in the wind. He cried out in alarm, "Boss! Boss is going all out. Heefles, I won't admit defeat so easily." Ron was the closest to Heefles. The crazy flames scraped past him, and his face burned with pain. At this moment, his mind was clear, and he didn't even feel the pain from his shattered arm. He slowly raised his remaining arm, his 5 fingers curling into claws. Threads of soul energy seeped through the gaps between his fingers and constantly twirled around his palm. Within those threads of soul energy, one after another, hideous and terrifying human faces vaguely appeared. This was soul energy, a soul energy that only necromancers possessed. Ron kept compressing this soul energy and compressing it again and again. A black ball appeared in his hand, slowly floating above his palm and gently wriggling. Death Coil. This was Death Coil, a necromancy magic that attacked both the physical and spiritual body. Ron only used his remaining hand to condense a flower of death. Ron's soul energy was close to limitless, but his physical strength wasn't. He would feel pain and fatigue, and with his heavily injured body, he could only withstand this attack. That was the final attack. At this moment, Heefles had finished accumulating power. He smiled coldly, and his entire body shot up like a cannonball, carrying a crazy killing intent and blazing flames as he flew over. Before he even arrived, Ron only felt a wave of heat hitting him in the face, and for a moment he felt suffocated. "Go to hell." Fatal Blow. Heefles roared. Fatal Blow was a high-level battle skill of the knight profession. Different attributes had different effects, but they all had one thing in common. Fatal Blow could deal double the damage, and was the most powerful battle skill of the knight profession. Fight! Facing the crazily charging Heefles, Ron clenched his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. His only left hand suddenly pushed, and the black ball in his hand met Heefles. Death Coil. Boom. Fatal Blow versus Death Coil. 2 powerful forces collided, and in an instant, the 2 bodies fiercely confronted each other. Immediately, a flame soared into the sky, and the moment the 2 forces came into contact, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Flames shot in all directions, accompanied by traces of black fog. Soul energy scattered in all directions, and a mournful voice resounded through the sky, as if it came from hell. In the entire duel field, a huge and sinister skull rose up. On the ground of the duel field, brick after brick rose up one after another, breaking into bits of powder. Light ripples appeared, and the ripples continued to expand, reaching outside the field. How? How is this possible? The confrontation of the two's highest strength shocked everyone, and the strength of this force moved everyone. A light smoke rose up high, covering the entire duel field, making it impossible for people to see the scene inside. Not long after, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing 2 figures standing proudly inside. Ron covered his injured arm with one hand and panted like a cow, but his thin and weak figure still stood stubbornly. On the other side, Heefles' mace hung down softly, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Ron, you win." Chapter 151. Heefles. A few people from room 678 exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe that the godlike Heefles had actually been defeated by a necromancer. However, the faces of those from room 302 were filled with joy. The mentor who was acting as the referee quickly ran over to check on Heefles' condition. He was still breathing, but his injuries were too serious. "Heefles has fallen. Ron wins." The audience cheered, and hats flew into the air. This was their way of expressing their highest respect to the strong. "We have finally won. Ron, good job." Manny's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Everyone in room 302 knew how difficult it was to defeat Heefles in a one-on-one battle. Faced with the mountainous cheers, Ron couldn't hear them. He closed his eyes and finally fell to the ground. Aurora panicked. Quick! Quick! Save them!" The two groups of people quickly rushed to the stage. Both sides' priests were dispatched, saving the unconscious Heifels and Ron from the brink of death. In this battle, both sides suffered. In terms of strength, both sides were about the same, but Ron lasted a little longer than Heifels. It wasn't clear whether this was strength or luck. After an unknown period of time, Ron slowly opened his eyes. What entered his vision were familiar faces: Aurora, Manny, Karachi, and Mentor Vivian. "You're awake?" Seeing that Ron had woken up, Aurora immediately asked with concern. "Yes. Where's this?" Ron got up. "Where's this? What happened to me?" "This is the Academy's infirmary." Manny smiled. "Have you forgotten? You fought fiercely with Heifels and then fainted." "Oh." Ron shook his heavy head. He finally remembered and asked, "How long was I out for?" "It's been a few hours," Vivian said with a smile. "Ron, you've done well. Even Heifels was defeated by you." "Defeated?" Ron got up. "I don't remember in the end. My mind is blank," Aurora smiled. "No matter what, it's good that you won." Just then, the door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure walked in. Aurora raised her head to take a look, but she was stunned. She had unexpectedly seen a person who should not have appeared here. Hera? The person who came in was Princess Hera. She wore a white magic robe and walked in leisurely, but there was a trace of fatigue on her face. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw Ron. "Ron, you're awake?" "You are." Ron was stunned when he saw Hera. He didn't expect the noble and elegant Princess Hera to appear here, and even come to see him. "Hera?" Hera smiled. "I came to see how you're doing." "All right. Your fight with Heifels was amazing." Ron smiled embarrassedly. "I was just lucky," Manny said. "All right, Hera. Didn't you go to the competition?" Manny was talking about the competition between Hera's Dorm 237 and Dorm 787. The dorm ranked first in the Academy naturally attracted attention. Hera smiled wryly. "Don't mention it. I lost long ago." "You lost? So fast?" Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. It seemed that the competition had just begun. "Yeah," Hera nodded. "They're very strong. The dorm ranked first in the Academy lives up to its name. Us sisters are no match for them." As for Mocklin, Hera muttered to herself before smiling wryly. "I can't beat him." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The title of the #1 paladin of the Balarax Academy wasn't for nothing. Aurora sighed. "That means we'll have to face them tomorrow," Hera nodded. "Dorm 787. Ron muttered this name. He thought of the #1 paladin of the Academy, Mocklin, but he thought more about Shea and Kadena. These two beautiful and cute girls. Tomorrow. Would he have to face them tomorrow? For a moment, Ron's heart was in a mess. Hera smiled. "Ron, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Rest well and refresh yourself. Tomorrow, we'll defeat Dorm 787. Ron smiled wryly. How could it be so easy to defeat Dorm 787? Hera seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She smiled and said, "Ron, I believe you can do it. You've always been creating miracles. I believe that tomorrow will be the time to witness a miracle." A mysterious man wearing black armor appeared in front of the Soaring Dragon Academy's gate. A group of dragon knights lined up on both sides. There were hundreds of them, and they surrounded the entrance of the academy. They bowed respectfully to the man in black armor. Boss Piguterin is back." "Very good." The dragon knight, named Piguterin, revealed a sinister smile. He was wearing black armor with dragon motifs, and his messy black hair fluttered in the wind. His angular face exuded a cold aura that made people shudder. He wasn't tall, but he was extremely sturdy. A dragon knight smiled and greeted him. "Boss Piguterin, you're back from your trial?" "Welcome, Boss Piguterin," the group of dragon knights said in unison. Piguterin faintly replied and waved his hand as a greeting. At this time, Piguterin's gaze fell on Tynes, who was standing to the side. Tynes was standing at the front and was easier to see. He smiled and casually said, "Tynes, I heard you were beaten up by people from the Balarax Academy." Fiend's face flushed red. This matter wasn't a secret. When he returned to the academy, it immediately spread. Moreover, everyone knew that the one who defeated him was a necromancer. A necromancer actually defeated a few dragon knights. Fiends viewed this as the greatest humiliation of his life. Piguterin smiled and continued. It said that the one who defeated you was a necromancer? That's right. Fiends slowly opened his mouth. Perhaps you won't believe it, but this necromancer is different from the necromancers I know. His strength isn't below any profession. In fact, he's even stronger. I feel that he's even more difficult to deal with than mages. A red-clothed girl on the side giggled. Fiends, you're not looking for an excuse for your incompetence, are you? When Fiends heard this, his eyes seemed to spit fire. Perdita, don't go too far. If I, Fiends, speak a single lie, I'll die a horrible death. The girl called Perdita smiled. What does your death have to do with me? You. Fiend's face turned red with anger. Enough. Piguterin frowned. You two quarrel non-stop every time you meet. Don't you find it annoying? Fiends and Perdita calmed down after Piguterin's words. However, both sides were extremely unconvinced. The Flying Dragon Gang was the strongest gang in the Soaring Dragon Academy. The gang's boss was Piguterin, and Fiends was only his subordinate. The Flying Dragon Gang had over 1,000 members, all of whom were Dragon Knights. According to Piguterin, Dragon Knights were the strongest profession. Therefore, the Flying Dragon Gang only recruited Dragon Knights. Piguterin paced a few steps and said to Fiends, whether this guy's a necromancer or not, we can't just let this matter rest. We have to retaliate. Otherwise, where will our Flying Dragon Gang's face go? Where will the Soaring Dragon Academy's face go? Piguterin said a lot in one breath. He was somewhat indignant. Fiends fiercely said, we've been looking for them all this time. Unfortunately, that guy has been holed up in the Balarax Academy for the past few days. The Balarax Academy is holding a ranking competition. If he doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do. Piguterin smiled and said with a mocking tone, my cute Fiends, could it be that you're just going to keep waiting like this? What if that necromancer doesn't leave the academy for several years? Comprehensive academies like the Balarax Academy and the Soaring Dragon Academy had almost everything. Not leaving the academy for a year wasn't a problem. According to Piguterin's words, how long would they have to wait? Fiends spread out his hands. Then what can we do? We can't just bring our people and kill our way in. Any random instructor from the Balarax Academy is enough to deal with us. Piguterin smiled. That won't do. We won't achieve our goal. We have to find a way to force him out. Force him out? Fiends was a bit surprised. What method do you have? Ha ha. Piguterin suddenly let out a wild laugh. Just as those people were puzzled, he stopped laughing. Even if that necromancer doesn't come out, someone from the Balarax Academy will come out. As long as we beat up these people, we don't have to worry about the elders of the Balarax Academy not coming out. Hee, as long as they come out, things will be easy to handle. Everyone felt that Piguterin was simply crazy. Beat up everyone he saw? Wasn't that the same as starting a war with the Balarax Academy? This, boss, a Dragon Knight hesitated before saying, this way, it would be the same as the Soaring Dragon Academy starting an all-out war with the Balarax Academy. When the time comes, I'm afraid things will get out of hand, Piguterin said unconcernedly. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we haven't fought with the Balarax Academy before. Piguterin glanced at those cowering subordinates and sneered. As for the matter getting out of hand, don't worry. We're only looking for trouble with their students. Their instructors won't interfere. Even if things get out of hand, our academy's instructors will also support us. Everyone fell silent. They felt that a storm was coming. At this time, a Dragon Knight timidly said, But, even the students of the Balarax Academy aren't to be trifled with. I'm afraid I'm also not to be trifled with. Piguterin coldly snorted and released a powerful aura. The Dragon Knights looked at each other in dismay, not daring to speak. Piguterin was very satisfied. He smiled and said, very good, this matter is settled. I don't care who injured the people in my Flying Dragon Gang. In short, the entire Balarax Academy will have to bear my Piguterin's rage. Chapter 152. In the dining hall of the Balarax Academy, Dorm 302 once again held a celebratory feast for Ron. This time, he defeated Hefels, and the second place was already set in stone. There was still the last match tomorrow. If they won, Dorm 787 would be the champion. If they lost, it didn't matter, as the second place would be preserved. By the way, everyone, I have something important to announce. Just when everyone was drunk, Fatty suddenly stood up and said loudly to everyone. Everyone was reading a pornographic novel. They all looked up at him. This Fatty always liked to play pranks. What did he do on such a happy day? Manny's pair of beautiful eyes were full of drunkenness. Hee, second fifth brother. What did you do this time? You have something to announce? Well, let me guess, you don't want to announce that you want to lose weight, right? Ha ha ha. Several people in dorm 302 laughed in a friendly manner. Of course, not to lose weight. Fatty glanced at Lantry. He was a little nervous, but he still said, I. Karachi and Karachi are together. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Fatty to suddenly say this. With his usual joking character, they couldn't tell if it was true or not. The dining table quieted down. I said, I like Karachi, and I'm already with her. Fatty stuttered and finally made himself clear. Karachi, who was also at the dining table, was blushing. Her shy little face kept burrowing into Manny's arms. As the elder brother, Lantry's mouth was wide open. He had a meatball in his hand, but he didn't eat it. The meatball fell into the bowl, making a crisp sound. Fatty was a little flustered. He was indeed in love with Karachi. This matter had been hidden from everyone, most importantly from Lantry. Originally, this matter wasn't a big deal in other dorms. It was normal for men and women to have feelings for each other under the same roof. It would be abnormal if it didn't happen. The bad thing was that Fatty and Lantry were good brothers, and Karachi was Lantry's little sister. After the two fell in love, they didn't dare to tell Lantry. Today, Fatty finally said it out loud. This matter was related to Karachi's reputation. This was no trivial matter. Aurora's smile gradually faded, and she looked at the Fatty with a serious face. Fatty, this joke is not funny at all. Manny said, Fatty, you drink too much. Ron asked, Fatty, is this true? I'm warning you, don't spout nonsense. Fatty knew that he was in trouble when he saw Lantry's expression. However, he had made up his mind today. He puffed out his chest and said, It's true. It's absolutely true. You have no say in this matter. Manny rolled her eyes at Fatty. She patted Karachi's soft back and said, Sister Karachi, is this true? Karachi looked at Fatty, then looked at her brother. Finally, she nodded with a red face. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Fatty to be serious. Although Karachi's appearance wasn't the best, she was still very pretty. She gave off the feeling of a little sister next door. The key was that she was amiable and kind-hearted. She was a good girl. When she stood next to the wretched Fatty, the two didn't match at all. Because Karachi's strength was low, there was almost no one in the academy who pursued her. In the end, she ended up with Fatty. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of luck Fatty had. He actually managed to pursue such a pure girl like Karachi. Langson burst out into laughter as he told Lantry, That's a good thing. Lantry, congratulations. This is great news, Lantry. Congratulations. His roommates gave him their blessings. However, these blessings were like needles in Lantry's ears. Suddenly, without any warning, Lantry stood up and pounced on Fatty. You! Fatty was stunned. Lantry landed a heavy punch on the Fatty's flabby face. Lantry's punch was infused with battle chi. The Fatty's face was bleeding, and one of his teeth was knocked out. Everyone was stunned. Fatty and Lantry were wrestling with each other. Don't! Stop! Brother, don't! Karachi was stunned. She immediately rushed over and stood in front of Fatty. She anxiously said, Don't hit Fatty. I was willing. Everyone in dorm 302 tried to stop her. Ron and Lantry immediately pulled the two apart. Let go of me. I want to beat this guy to death. Lantry roared. He struggled and looked at Fatty with murderous eyes. Lantry tried to pull him back, but he couldn't. Fatty didn't say a word. He hung his head as if he had done something wrong. Karachi stood in front of him like a chicken, her face full of stubbornness. The dining table was overturned by Lantry's chi. The food spilled all over the floor. The scene was a mess. At this time, the school staff in the dining hall heard the commotion and came over. As soon as he entered, he asked, "What happened?" Fighting in the school's dining hall was common. The school involved would be dealt with seriously. "It's nothing. One of our companions drank too much. You can go out first," Ron said bluntly. The staff of the academy naturally recognized Ron, one of the semi-finalists. Looking at the mess on the ground, they hesitated for a moment. This Ron understood. He immediately said, "I will compensate." The staff nodded and turned to leave. The room was full of broken bowls and plates. The soup flowed, and the dishes were all over the floor. Lantry stopped struggling. His eyes were murderous as he stared at Fatty. Fatty lowered his head without saying a word. Karachi sat beside Fatty. She just cried and didn't say a word. Everyone in dorm 302, including Ron, looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. His best brother had messed with his sister. It was hard to explain. After a long time, Lantry's lips moved. He coldly said, "Fatty, from today onwards, you are no longer my brother." After that, he ignored everyone and slammed the door. The celebration banquet ended on a bad note. After Lantry left, Aurora glared at Fatty and said, "Even if you are in love with Karachi, don't say it out loud. You have to consider Lantry's feelings." Lantry doted on his sister the most. Once, when his sister was bullied by others, he went to argue with the other party more than once. He came back with injuries all over his body, and it was Aurora who went to seek justice for him. Lantry only had one sister. It was normal for him to be nervous. Fatty wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said unhappily, "He is always like this. It doesn't matter when I say it." But I didn't expect his reaction to be so intense. Everyone thought. His best brother messed with his most beloved sister. It would be strange if he didn't react violently. Manny looked at Karachi, who was sobbing, and couldn't help but ask, "Karachi, do you really like him?" Karachi raised her teary eyes and nodded. "I was scared. I didn't dare to tell my brother," Manny sighed. Lantry has a fiery temper. It's hard for him to accept it all at once. Karachi sobbed and said loudly, "What's wrong with me liking Fatty? Why should he care about me?" Aurora glanced at the fat man and comforted him. "Lantry is just worried about you. Everyone knows that the fat man is a playboy." Fatty raised his voice and said, "I'm serious about Karachi." Aurora obviously didn't believe him. "You say that to every girl, right?" Fatty was anxious. He swore and swore. "I'm serious this time. If I'm playing around, I won't look for Karachi. Isn't that cheating my brother?" Manny also said to Aurora, "I think he's serious. Look, Karachi also likes Fatty, although I don't know what she likes about him." Aurora sighed, looked at Ron, and said, "Ron, go and persuade Lantry. I know your words are effective. He'll listen to you." Ron nodded. In the corridor outside dorm 302, Ron saw Lantry squatting on the ground and scratching his hair in frustration. Ron hesitated for a moment and walked over. Lantry turned around and saw that it was Ron. He took a deep breath. "You're here." Ron nodded. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to persuade you." Ron didn't intend to hide it and said directly. Lantry sneered. "Are you helping that Fatty too?" "No." Ron looked up and said seriously, "Don't forget, Karachi also likes Fatty." Lantry stared at Ron with red eyes. "You also know that Fatty is a sweet talker. How can I believe him?" "But this is Karachi's idea. As her brother, you can only bless her, not interfere," Ron said calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely powerful. Lantry was silent. After a long time, he said faintly, "I don't have any prejudice against Fatty, but I only have one sister." Lantry sighed. "My parents were mercenaries. When I was 10 years old, they were gone. Karachi and I lived with each other since we were young. She was only 8 years old then. When we were young, because our family was poor, we were often bullied. Karachi was very beautiful since she was young, and some nobles came to flirt with her. I fought with them many times because of this, and almost got injured Once, when we were being bullied by those nobles, a powerhouse passed by and saved us. He gave us a sum of money and left. At that time, we thought that as long as we became powerhouses, no one would dare to bully us. So we came up with a plan and brought the money directly to the Balarax Academy. It just so happened that the academy was recruiting students, so we entered. Lantry smiled, but his smile was full of bitterness. I didn't expect that after coming to the academy, I and Karachi couldn't avoid the fate of being bullied until we met you. Lantry smiled at Ron. I'm different from the others. At that time, everyone thought you were a useless necromancer. The first time I saw you, I knew you were very strong. I didn't have any basis. It was just a kind of intuition. The strong confidence you have is not something you were born with, but rather it's supported by powerful strength. Your arrival was like a bright light that dispelled our darkness. After you became the leader of the Skull Gang, no one dared to do anything to us. After a long time, Lantry said seriously, if Karachi had to choose a husband, I would hope that it would be you. Hearing this, Ron's face turned red. He stammered, although Fatty is a bit of a playboy, he is still a good person. I believe that he will be good to Karachi. Besides, Ron said seriously, Karachi is not only your sister, she is also our sister. I don't dare to say anything about others, but at least I will take care of her. If Fatty fails her, I will be the first to punish him. TSK? You call her sister. Lantry scolded with a smile. You should call her elder sister. Karachi is older than you. Ron was speechless. Chapter 153. After calming down Lantry's emotions, Ron turned around and saw Aurora standing there. Aurora smiled and said, Ron, let's take a walk together. Lantry understood and smiled. Then I'll take my leave. He then turned around and left. Where are you going? Ron asked after Lantry left. Anywhere. Aurora shrugged and smiled. Let's take a walk outside the academy. Ron nodded and walked out of the academy's gate with Aurora. Balarax City was particularly peaceful at night. The magic lamps were as bright as the stars, and a cool breeze was blowing, making everyone feel comfortable. Aurora and Ron strolled in the night. No one spoke first. The two of them walked without saying a word. After a long time, it was Aurora who broke the silence first. Ron, your injuries are better, right? Yeah. Ron nodded. With Rum's healing, I'm much better now. Aurora sighed. Tomorrow, we'll have a duel with the number 1 dorm in Balarax Academy, room 787. Win or lose, it's all worth it. Ron, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself tomorrow, Ron nodded. Yeah, Aurora said. Ron, when you first stepped into room 302, I thought you were the same as those necromancers. After knowing that you defended the Heefles, I wanted to protect you, Aurora smiled. Later, it turned out that my worries were unnecessary. Not only are you strong, you're even stronger than I thought. Ron smiled bitterly. I didn't expect them to assign me to dorm 302. You're right. Indeed, they all look down on necromancers. That's because true necromancy magic has disappeared for 100,000 years. The necromancy magic that's popular now is actually a misinterpretation of necromancy magic. That's why it's like this, I know. True necromancy magic is very powerful. You're a good example, Aurora said with a smile. But what I don't understand is why such a powerful necromancy spell would suddenly disappear. Haha, I really can't figure it out. Ron lowered his head and said after a long time, I don't know. I'm also looking for the answer. Aurora smiled, revealing a myriad of amorous feelings. Ron looked at her in a daze. Although Aurora was not a top beauty, she was still very attractive. For Ron, she was much more realistic than Shea and Kadena, who were unattainable. Seeing Ron staring at her in such a daze, Aurora was secretly happy, but also a little angry. Who would stare at a girl like that? She said angrily, Why are you looking at me like that? Ron quickly came back to his senses and looked a little embarrassed. Looking at Ron's embarrassed expression, Aurora giggled and reached out her hand to gently tap his forehead. Idiot! Ron felt that his brain was not enough. Aurora was sometimes happy and sometimes angry. It was hard to tell what was going on. Suddenly, Aurora had already walked away in large strides while he was still standing there in a daze. This time, even Homelin, who was in his soul state, could not stand it anymore. He could not help but remind him with a smile, "Ron, you're really an idiot. You don't even know that a girl likes you." Huh? Ron seemed to wake up from a dream. Aurora likes me? Ron was only a 16-year-old child with a simple mind. His mind was basically devoted to cultivation. He was still in the state of puberty and did not know anything about the relationship between a man and a woman. In the past, Ron lived with Grandpa Zaley. Grandpa Zaley was a beggar, so it was impossible for him to teach him anything. He also did not have any contact with him. After hearing Homelin's words, he came back to his senses. Then Grandpa Homelin, what should I do? The ignorant youth was somewhat at a loss. His face became hot, as if he had a fever. Homelin's grandfather smiled and said, "Of course you should chase after her, and then grab her hand. After that, you'll have to take care of yourself." Oh. After hearing Homelin's words, Ron responded and immediately chased after her. "Aurora, wait for me." Ron grabbed Aurora's hand and felt as if he had been electrocuted. He was so nervous that his heart was beating wildly. Fortunately, Aurora did not shake off his hand. Otherwise, he would have to find a hole to hide in. Aurora's hand was gently held by Ron. Feeling the sweat on his hand, her heart was filled with sweetness. She thought to herself that this idiot was finally enlightened. "Aurora, I like you." Ron was no fool. He finally mustered up the courage to confess. Yes. For a moment, Aurora's heart was blooming with joy. A kind of joy emerged from the bottom of her heart and instantly occupied her heart. Aurora maintained the reserved heart of a young girl. She responded weakly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her pair of beautiful, beautiful face blushed, and her white, tender little hand clenched even tighter. The night in Balavax was especially calm. The gentle wind blew, rippling the long moat. The two held hands, the moonlight elongating their shadows as they gradually disappeared into the night. The Moulin Rouge was as bustling as ever. Every day, there was an endless stream of guests from all over the place. In the brightly lit hall, there was an exciting performance of singing and dancing, accompanied by scantily clad waitresses. It was a scene of joy and harmony. In a dark corner of the hall, a tall figure sat in front of the bar. Judging from his flushed face, he had drunk quite a lot. "Give me another glass." The figure in the corner was Heifels. He had just finished a full glass of high-grade ale and said in a gruff voice. The waiter did not dare to be negligent. Many of the people here were practitioners. He was just an ordinary person, and he could not afford to offend any of them. He poured a full glass and placed it in front of Heifels. He said carefully, "Sir, you've drunk a lot today. Please take care of yourself." The waiter had good intentions, but Heifers was extremely uncomfortable with his words. He slammed his wine glass onto the table and glared at the waiter with his drunken eyes as he scolded. "Do I need you to tell me how much I drink? Or are you afraid that I don't have money? Let me tell you, I have a lot of money." Yes. The waiter could only let him scold him. The person next to him, who looked like a supervisor, gave him a look and let him leave. After venting his anger for a while, Heifels ended up being snubbed. He was a knight, after all. Why would he want to compete with a commoner? However, at this moment, Heifels was in a very bad mood. He was defeated by Ron. The fight was fair, and he was convinced of his loss. However, he was not in a good mood. He had no interest in challenging Mocklin. He could only come here to drown his sorrows. After drinking for a while, Heifels felt a little urgent to pee. He got up and went to the toilet. When he came out of the toilet, he was drunk and staggered. He did not pay attention and bumped into a person. That person was a thief. He was relatively thin and almost fell to the ground. He glared and scolded, "F***ck. Don't you F***king look where you're going? Do you know who I am?" Highfields was infuriated when he heard that. He hadn't even vented the anger in his chest, yet when someone happened to bump into him. "F***ck you. I don't care who the F***ck you are. If you piss me off, I'll kill you right away, you." The thief was furious. Heifels glared. "What? You want to fight? I'm not afraid of a little thief like you." Seeing Hafer's burly figure, the bandit's heart trembled, and he forcefully retracted his fist that was raised in the air. He put on a brave front and said, "Good lad, if you have the guts, leave your name, and I'll find someone to kill you." Heefles heard this and laughed. "I am Heefles from the Balarax Academy's elite night class. I'm afraid you won't dare to come." The thief's eyes widened. "What? The Balarax Academy?" Hearing this name, the thief was overjoyed. "F***CK. I finally found someone from the Balarax Academy." That thief was from the Soaring Dragon Academy. They had sent people all over the city to look for people from the Balarax Academy. However, because the Balarax Academy was in a crucial period of the ranking tournament, they didn't want to miss it. Tomorrow would be the most exciting match of the ranking tournament. Not many students left the academy. They had all gone to rest early. "Right?" Heefles said. "Didn't you want to find someone to kill me? If you have the guts, I'll change my surname to yours. Motherf ***, just you wait." That thief coldly spat out these words without batting an eyelid and turned to leave. F***CK. Gutless guy. Heefles fiercely pointed his middle finger. However, he was just talking. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would not do it in a place like the Moulin Rouge. He knew that there were strong people overseeing this place. The thief left the Moulin Rouge and ran all the way to the corner of a street. "Boss Perdita, Boss Perdita." The thief saw a group of people from afar and immediately shouted. This group of people were students from the Soaring Dragon Academy. There were about 20 to 30 of them. They had searched half of the Balarax Academy, but could not find a single student from the Balarax Academy. They were discussing countermeasures when Perdita heard someone reading a pornographic novel. She was unhappy when she called her and snappily said, "What's the matter?" The thief said in a low voice, "Boss Perdita, we found." Perdita frowned. "What did you find?" "People from the Balarax Academy." Perdita was excited. "Where? How many people do they have?" The thief replied, "That guy is in the Moulin Rouge. It seems like he is alone." "Alone?" The girl called Perdita muttered. "If it's only one person, it's not a big problem. However, the Moulin Rouge is not a good place to make a move." The thief said, "We can ambush him in front of the Moulin Rouge and wait for him to come out. He should have come out by now." "That's right," Perdita replied with a smile. "They won't care if we fight outside the Moulin Rouge." I've finally found one. This should be enough for me to report to Boss Piguterin." I heard that Burns hasn't found one yet." Perdita and Barnes were both Piguterin subordinates. The two of them liked to compete. When they heard that Barnes was beaten half to death by a necromancer, they were very happy. Chapter 154. Heifers drank a few more cups before paying the bill. He then yelled and walked out of the Moulin Rouge in a drunken stupor. When he came out of the Moulin Rouge, it was already very late. The night wind blew, making Heefles sober. He held his forehead and walked toward the Balarax Academy. When he turned a remote corner, he heard the sound of chaotic footsteps. Who is it? Heefles became vigilant. At this time, 20 to 30 people surrounded Heefles. These people were brimming with killing intent. They were well-trained and seemed to have come prepared. Heefles was completely sober at this time. He faintly felt that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have come for him, but he couldn't imagine that he hadn't offended anyone recently. "Friend, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else?" Heefles' psychological quality was very strong. He quickly calmed down. The leader of the group, a woman, coldly smiled and asked, "Are you from the Balarax Academy?" "Correct," Heefles replied. Then he probed, "You?" Heefles' words were interrupted by the woman. "That's enough. We didn't mistake you for someone else. Let's start." Those people roared in anger. At the same time, their figures flashed as they used their summoning technique. Not long after, earth dragons drilled out from the ground. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their huge bodies emitted a frightening power. Heefles' heart suddenly tightened. "Earth dragons, you're from the Soaring Dragon Academy." "Correct." The leader of the group rode on the tall earth dragon and said with a smile, "Since you know, then obediently hand over your life." At this time, Hefels also summoned his long-fanged tiger and rode on it. He took out his mace from his space bag and said in a deep voice, "What is your Soaring Dragon Academy trying to do? Could it be that you want to start a war again?" The woman smiled and said, "So what if we start a war? Who asked you to touch my people and hide in the academy and refuse to come out? We can only resort to this." Hefels was just about to ask who did this to their people when he heard a dragon knight say, "Boss Perdita, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just do it." Perdita knew that he had spoken too much. His face darkened, and he rode the earth dragon towards Hefels. Hefels wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. With a sneer, he pounced on the earth dragon with his long-fanged tiger. A fierce tiger with long fangs and an earth dragon. The two fierce beasts were fighting, and their roars filled the entire street. Perdita chuckled. "Don't struggle. You're only one person. Against so many dragon knights, you have no chance of winning. Just obediently surrender," Hefels angrily roared. He swung the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Perdita with the sound of wind breaking. The flames on Perdita's body rose up and reached the limit. Boom! The mace smashed into Perdita's spear. She only felt a huge force pass through her body. Her expression changed, and her spear almost fell out of her hands. Her heart trembled. This guy is so strong. Hefels took advantage of his drunken state. Like a fierce tiger, he rushed left and right. In just a short while, he had rushed through a gap. He raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha! The so-called Soaring Dragon Academy is nothing more than this." Perdita clenched her silver teeth and fiercely said, "Go, tear this guy to pieces." More than 20 dragon knights moved. They rode their earth dragons and crazily rushed towards Hefels. These earth dragons were covered in thick, heavy armor and were advancing like a tank. Hefels' tiger had the advantage in terms of agility and attack power. The earth dragons of the Soaring Dragon Academy were relatively slower, but their scales were sturdy. The rest would depend on the level of the dragon knights. As the saying goes, a knight who only relies on his mount is not a good knight. This saying was proven by the Soaring Dragon Academy. In terms of strength, Hefels was still a level higher. Combined with the strength of his tiger, he was even more powerful than the dragon knights. Under Hefels' attacks, the dragon knights were forced to retreat. Although the dragon knights were still bitterly fighting, they were somewhat frightened. One of them wiped his sweat and said to Perdita, "This Balarax Academy can't be this abnormal, right? Even a random student is this strong? How are we supposed to live?" Perdita's expression was also very serious. "This can't be the top expert of their academy, right?" Perdita guessed correctly. In reality, Hefels was indeed the top expert of the Balarax Academy. His strength was close to the peak of the warrior rank. The battle between the two sides on the street caused a lot of destruction. The ground had long since been burned by the battle energy, and the surrounding shops were destroyed. The people inside were fleeing in all directions. It was a scene of Doomsday. If one were to ask what the residents of the Balarax Academy were most afraid of, it was undoubtedly the fierce battle between the three great academies. Every time there was a battle, the residents would suffer losses. They could only complain to the higher-ups of the academies. The higher-ups of the academies also didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, so they did their best to control it. However, small-scale conflicts between the academies still occurred from time to time. A battle of this scale hadn't been seen in a long time. The residents of the Balarax city were dumbstruck. The battle on the street attracted the attention of the Dragon Knights. They had originally come out to search for the students of the Balarax Academy. At this moment, they were rapidly approaching the center of the battle. "There's movement over there. It might be the people of the Balarax Academy. Quick, let's go over there." The Dragon Knights summoned their earth dragons from their summoning spaces and rode them to the battlefield. The entire city was in chaos. The ground dragons' enormous bodies trampled over the streets, turning the streets into a mess. The more Hefels fought, the more unfavorable the situation became. Although he could face more than 10 ground dragons without batting an eyelid, as more and more Dragon Knights appeared, his heart began to sink. At this moment, at the corner of the street, A ground dragon twice the size of an ordinary ground dragon appeared in Hefels's line of sight. This ground dragon had an incomparably large head and two small eyes that emitted a fierce light. Unlike ordinary ground dragons that walked on all fours, this one stood on both legs with a long tail behind it. Its thick and sharp claws firmly stepped on the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground would shatter. The most terrifying thing about this ground dragon was its bloody mouth. It took up more than a fifth of the ground dragon's body and had many long and sharp teeth that flickered with a cold light. When Hefels's gaze fell on the person on the ground dragon's back, all the blood in his body froze. Tyrannosaurus Rex Piguterin? Piguterin's mount was a powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was also the reason why he was called a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha! Piguterin howled with laughter. And here I was wondering who it was. So it was you who caused such a ruckus, Tiger King Hefels of Balarax Academy. No wonder our people couldn't deal with you. He's Hefels? Many people had naturally heard of Hefels' great name and were greatly shocked. Perdita looked at the injured Dragon Knight and thought to himself, there's no such thing as a false reputation. Hefels angrily said, Piguterin, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to start a war between the two academies? That's right. Piguterin laughed. The two academies have been quiet for too long. I want to start a war, so what? Could it be that your academy is scared? Kill. Hefels's eyes were bloodshot. Piguterin's arrival put him under great pressure, especially his Tyrannosaurus Rex, which weighed 8 tons. Hefels didn't think that his tiger would be a match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was prepared to fight with his life on the line. Piguterin laughed arrogantly. Hi, Furs, since you've come, then stay. As he spoke, he raised the two-handed great sword in his hands, which was more than 2 feet long, and swept it towards High Furs like the wind. Boom! 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 The spiked club and the two-handed greatsword collided, creating a loud noise. Because both sides cultivated fiery do chi, a huge wave of fire was formed when they collided, engulfing everything in their surroundings. Damn it! Hefels cursed. He had suffered some light injuries from his clash with Piguterin. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Piguterin was stronger than him. Piguterin shook his head. Hefels, your strength really disappoints me. I'm afraid that only your academy's #1 paladin, Mocklin, can make me look forward to it. Ha! Hefels spat out a mouthful of blood. So what if he's the academy's #1 paladin? He's probably not #1 anymore. Oh, an interested expression appeared on Piguterin's face. Then who is it? Hefels cracked a smile. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Let me tell you, the strongest person in the academy right now is Ron. Even I lost to him, Ron. Piguterin frowned slightly. Why does this name sound so familiar? At this moment, a dragon knight beside him said, Boss Piguterin, I heard that the necromancer who defeated Theon is called Ron. Hefels chuckled. So there's such a thing. Looks like he taught you dragon knights a lesson. All right, it sounds pretty good to me now. Piguterin smiled. So it's him, the ancient necromancer Ron. His name is being spread throughout the entire Balarax Academy. I was just thinking of meeting him. Piguterin paused. To be honest, I'm very interested in him. I really want to see how he used those weak skeletons to defeat dragon knights. Hefels smiled. You definitely aren't his match. Hefels said this to provoke Piguterin, but Piguterin didn't fall for it as he had expected. Whether I'm his match or not, we'll only know after we fight. However, I'm already certain that you are my match, Hefels. Surrender without a fight. I'll have your mentor come to ransom you. Chapter 155. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle shook the entire Balarax city. At the same time, it attracted the attention of many people. At this moment, a series of urgent knocks broke the silence outside Montgot's room. Headmaster Montgot. Headmaster Montgot. The Soaring Dragon Academy's instructor braced himself and knocked on the door of the Golden Dragon Knight Montgot's room. Who is it? Montgot slowly got up, put on his pajamas, and opened the door. Seeing the person, he lightly nodded. Is there something urgent? The instructor anxiously said, Headmaster, it's not good. Our students have been organized and are looking for trouble with the Balarax Academy. Oh? Montgot frowned. What's going on? I heard that the Balarax Academy beat up our people and then hid in the academy. Our students couldn't take this lying down and are looking for trouble with other students. The instructor spoke like a machine gun. His voice was somewhat anxious. Headmaster, the situation is very serious. We have to control it as soon as possible. The city is in a bit of chaos. Control the situation? Montgot laughed involuntarily. Are we the ones who lost? Not at all. On the contrary, dozens of us surrounded one of them and almost beat him down. The instructor said. Montgot chuckled. What's there to control? Isn't this a good thing? The instructor was stunned. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. Montgot smiled. All right, those brats are giving me face. This isn't a big deal. Those kids are just venting their excess energy. No need to make a fuss. But many residents of the city have complained to us. The instructor said worriedly. It's fine. Let them complain. When those brats are done causing trouble, I will clean up their mess. Montgot chuckled. The instructor wanted to say more, but Montgot didn't give him the chance. He immediately said, That's it. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Headmaster. With that, Montgot slammed the door with a bang. The instructor stood outside the door with a helpless expression. He shook his head and let out a long sigh. Just then the door of the room opened again, and Montgot put out his head. Mr. Dean. The teacher was overjoyed. He thought that the dean had changed his mind again. Montgot smiled and said, Let me ask you, who is the one who started this? The teacher thought for a moment before replying. I think it's Piguterin. Piguterin. Montgot's eyes widened. Yes, that's all. You can go now. Montgot heaved a sigh of relief and slammed the door shut. Outside the door, the instructor could only feel depressed again. Piguterin. With his back to the door, Montego's face was full of smiles. So it's this guy. With him here, the Soaring Dragon Academy shouldn't suffer any losses. He slowly walked to the window and saw the smoke rising from Balavax. Prats, you old bastard, he murmured to himself. This time you're in trouble, aren't you? Ha! Montgot was overjoyed. On the surface, the three great academies of Balavax did their own things and developed together. But in reality, there were many open and covert struggles. Everyone wanted to suppress the other, especially the Balavax Academy and the Soaring Dragon Academy. One had a long history and was famous, while the other was full of vitality. It would be strange if there were no conflicts. What's that? Ron held Aurora's hand and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the blazing flames in the distance, the rising clouds of black smoke, and the sounds of explosions coming from time to time. Aurora frowned. Maybe students are fighting. This kind of thing happens often in Balavax, but it's rare to see fights outside the academy. Pornographic novel boom. At this moment, the wall in front of Ron was knocked open, giving the two of them a fright. Heefles? Ron finally recognized the person and couldn't help but stare blankly. Who else could that person be but Heefles? Aurora coldly snorted. She didn't have a good impression of Heefles. Heefles, how are you? Although they were once enemies, seeing the heavily injured Heefles, Ron couldn't help but feel pity for him. He hurriedly rushed over and helped him up. At this moment, Heefles' face was covered in blood. His abdomen had been pierced by the Dragon Rider's spear. Blood flowed out like a fountain, and he was on the verge of death. Heefles saw Ron, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but muster up some strength. His bloodied hand grabbed Ron's sleeve and said, Let's go. The Soaring Dragon Academy's people are here. Ron frowned. What? The Soaring Dragon Academy? Let's go, it'll be too late. They have a lot of people. Heefles hurriedly said. Ron didn't have time to reply. At this time, with a boom sound, the surrounding walls shattered, revealing a dense crowd of people. Ron was stunned, and so was Aurora. Especially Aurora. She was so scared that she couldn't move. There were dragon knights everywhere, and nearly 1,000 earth dragons appeared in front of them. Those earth dragons were constantly letting out low roars, and their huge bodies and sharp teeth were terrifying to look at. Ron and Aurora didn't know what kind of luck they had. Being stared at by nearly 1,000 Earth Dragons was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fuck. So many? Ron came back to his senses. His heart jumped. This Heefles couldn't have slept with the Soaring Dragon Academy's principal's daughter, right? He actually sent so many people. This could be considered as poking a hornet's nest. Heefles, what's going on? This is too powerful. Ron was flabbergasted. Nearly 1,000 Earth Dragons appeared at the same time. This scene was too spectacular. We'll talk about this later. Let's go. Heefles anxiously said. Ha! At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Heefles didn't want to run? Let's see where you can run to. Not long after, a dragon rider slowly walked out. He was riding an extremely tall and strong Earth Dragon. It was twice as big as an ordinary Earth Dragon. When that Earth Dragon walked past, the other Earth Dragons seemed to have lost their former prestige and lowered their heads one after another. Tyrannosaurus Rex Piguterin slowly walked out. He completely ignored Ron and Aurora beside Heefles. He smiled at Heefles and said, Heefles, I already said, it's useless for you to run. Ron took a deep breath and helped Heefles up. He calmly said, Who are you? Why are you chasing Heefles? Piguterin faintly smiled. Kid, you don't have the right to ask me that, Ron. Ron coldly smiled. He was about to answer when he was interrupted by a voice. He frowned and saw a familiar figure. That head of short, snow-white hair was extremely conspicuous. Ron's pupils shrank. Barnes! That's right. It's me. Barnes fiercely said, You didn't expect it, did you, Ron? We meet again so soon. It's time to return the humiliation you gave me. Barnes' eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Ron as if he was looking at an enemy. Ron, what do we do? Aurora was somewhat panicked. This was the first time she had faced such a dangerous situation. She couldn't help but tightly grip Ron's clothes and hide behind him. As an archer, she had an innate fear of professions with super high defense. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Ron comforted Aurora, but at the same time, his heart sank. He wasn't afraid of Barnes. With his mastery of curses, defeating Barnes was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. However, nearly 1,000 Dragon Knights made him feel an immense pressure. Furthermore, Ron had a feeling that the fellow riding the rank 6 Tyrannosaurus Rex was very dangerous. Oh, so it's him. Piguterin smiled. You're that necromancer who injured Barnes. You look so young. Ha, this is great. We found the right person. Ron took a deep breath and asked, You're looking for me? Or did Barnes ask you to take revenge for him? Yes and no. Piguterin smiled. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you're a student of Balarax's Academy, you're my enemy. At this time, Heefles had also recovered some of his strength. He said to Ron, Ron, it's useless to talk to him like this. He's already got us. No, not just us, but the entire Academy. This guy is using this as an excuse to challenge the two academies to a war. But, Ron asked in astonishment, what's in it for them? Nothing. The Soaring Dragon Academy wants to suppress the Balarax's Academy. Heefles smiled bitterly. We've fought many such battles in the past. Piguterin laughed. You're at death's door? What are you still muttering about? Go die for me. After saying this, he didn't waste any more words. He pointed his finger and shouted, Brothers, charge, roar. Over 1,000 Earth Dragons roared and rushed towards Ron's group. Run! There was only one thought in Ron's mind, and that was to run. Run back to the Balarax's Academy. That was the safest place. Ron pulled Heefles with one hand and Aurora with the other, running as fast as he could. Behind them, over 1,000 Earth Dragons were hot on their heels. No, we'll be caught, Heefles said anxiously. The Earth Dragons weren't slow. Soon, they were getting closer and closer. Ron looked back. Sure enough, the Earth Dragons were running wildly on all fours. Soon, they had caught up with quite a few of them. This won't do. Ron's mind raced. He made a prompt decision. Aurora, Heefles, hurry back to the Academy and ask for help. I'll stay here and block them for a while. You? Heefles was shocked. No, there are over 1,000 Earth Dragons. You're not their match at all. Heefles ran into dozens of Earth Dragons and was about to escape. How could Ron stay behind and block them? He wouldn't even need a minute to be crushed to pieces. Aurora also loudly objected. Ron, I won't let you take this risk. Chapter 156. Ron's attitude was firm. He-Fools and Aurora could only helplessly nod their heads. Aurora said, Ron, don't worry. I'll go back and immediately pull the Skull Association's members over. I'll pull as many as I can. He-Fools also said, I'll also pull my subordinates over. Damn it, the Soaring Dragon Academy. Do they only have more people? Ron nodded. Be careful. Aurora's eyes revealed concern. Ron, you have to be careful too. If you can't beat them, don't try to be brave. We'll come and save you. After saying that, He-Fools and Aurora immediately sped up while Ron stayed behind. Ron, have you decided to face this Dragon Knight Legion alone? Homelin's voice sounded in Ron's ears. His soul shadow had already come out of the soul ring and was looking at Ron with a worried expression. Ron took a deep breath. Grandpa Homelin, I don't have a choice, Homelin nodded. Do you want me to help you? No need. Ron shook his head. His eyes flashed with confidence. I want to give it a try first. Very good. Homelin nodded in satisfaction. A kind smile appeared on his face. Whether you succeed or fail, this confidence is worth affirming. Don't forget, Grandpa Homelin has always been watching you. At this time, the Dragon Knights of the Soaring Dragon Academy split into two and surrounded the small and skinny Ron. Looking at the small prey in front of them, the Dragon Knights' faces were filled with disdain and contempt. Only Terrence's expression was grave. He knew that Ron wasn't someone easy to deal with. Perguterin approached on his T-Rex with a fiendish smile. You let your two friends leave. Do you want to stay behind and bear the wrath of the Soaring Dragon Academy? If so, congratulations, you've already achieved your goal. On the side, Perdita said, Boss Perguterin, I think those two are most likely going back to call for reinforcements. Call for help. Perguterin laughed and waved his hand. Let them be. I want to see what kind of people they can call out. Ron took out the dark gold bone staff from his spatial bag. He recited an incantation and remained vigilant of his surroundings. Perguterin glanced at Ron. But before that, let's get rid of this little bug first. Perdita chuckled as he placed one hand on his chest and made an inviting gesture. Boss Perdita, isn't it just a necromancer? We don't need to make such a big fuss over a minor issue. If this were to spread, we would be ridiculed by others. How about giving him to me? Perdita's intentions were clear. She wanted to fight Ron alone. On one hand, she wanted to show off in front of Perdita, and on the other hand, she wanted to suppress Terrence. Both of them were capable subordinates of Perdita. They were usually at odds with each other, so how could Perdita miss such an opportunity? Hee, aren't you very awesome, Barnes? He was actually defeated by a necromancer. If I defeat him now, won't it show that I'm stronger than you? At the same time, it will also show that you're incompetent. Perdita's calculations were very good. In her opinion, no matter how powerful a necromancer was, he couldn't be that powerful. The reason Barnes lost was most likely because he was defeated by another powerhouse. He couldn't take it, so he made up a story about a necromancer. Barnes naturally knew what she was thinking. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything. His strength was about the same as Perdita's. If he was defeated, he would naturally be happy to see Perdita make a fool of herself. Perguterin faintly smiled. That's right, go. He waved his hand, and those dragon knights acted like a well-trained army. They consciously retreated and opened up a space. There was a large, empty space around Ron, and there were only two people quietly confronting each other in the middle. Perdita's erotic, novel Perdita laughed. Kid, you're dead meat. If you don't want to suffer, kneel down and kowtow to this young lady a few dozen times. This young lady might consider letting you go. Ron took a deep breath and slowly raised the bone staff in his hand. He said, less nonsense. Come. He had already made up his mind. It was impossible to escape from the encirclement of so many dragon knights. His only chance was to capture this woman. Perdita felt that she was being looked down upon. Her almond eyes widened and she angrily shouted, Kid, die. As she spoke, she clamped her legs together. The earth dragon roared and quickly rushed towards Ron. She held a long dragon spear in her hand and closed the distance of a dozen meters in an instant. Ron didn't move. Seeing the opponent's 2-meter-long spear thrust towards him, he didn't have any intention of dodging. Closer, closer. Ron could clearly see the cruel smile on Perdita's face. The surrounding dragon knights were also puzzled. Was this kid looking to die? Why wasn't he dodging? TCH, he can't even dodge one of my attacks. This necromancer is simply trash. Perdita was even more disdainful. Since Ron didn't dodge, she also didn't have any intention of showing mercy. She thrust her spear forward to take his life. With a whoosh, Perdita's spear pierced through empty air. She could only see strands of black smoke emerge from Ron's body. The spear passed through without any hindrance. The black smoke dispersed, and Ron disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Perdita was stunned. What happened? Where did he go? He actually disappeared? Perdita frowned, and a bad feeling flashed through his heart. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Perdita, be careful. He's behind you, what?" Perdita was stunned. She turned around and saw that a black fog had appeared behind her at some point. The necromancer's figure gradually appeared, and then a sharp bone spur was pressed against her throat. "Don't move. Otherwise, I can guarantee that even a priest won't be able to save you." Ron's figure appeared behind Perdita. He stood on the dragon's back and spoke in a deep voice. "What?" Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. One move, just one move, and Perdita was captured. This necromancer was actually this powerful? It must be known that although Perdita was a girl, her strength was considered outstanding in the soaring Dragon Academy. Yet, she was captured in an instant? How is this possible? You. Perdita was both shocked and angry. She didn't think that she would be captured in one move. She was intimidated by Ron's strength and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. In the end, Perdita was too careless. In her eyes, the so-called necromancer was nothing more than trash. Because of this preconceived view, she became careless and gave Ron the opportunity to take advantage of her. If she had been more cautious with Ron's strength, he wouldn't have been able to capture her in one move. Seeing that their own people were restrained, the Dragon Knights clamored and cursed. "Bastard! Let Perdita go, despicable guy, lowly necromancer." However, although they cursed, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Perdita was still in the hands of that trash necromancer. This made them helpless. They were too careless. Pegatron's complexion was very ugly. That necromancer had captured Perdita in a fair one-on-one battle. Perhaps his methods were a bit despicable, but it was also very normal in a battle. This made him speechless. He could only blame himself for underestimating this necromancer. If he could defeat Barnes, he should have been more vigilant. "Damned stupid woman. If not for your carelessness, I wouldn't have been in such a passive situation." Pegatron cursed inwardly. He was very dissatisfied with Perdita. Barnes was also cursing like the other Dragon Knights. However, in his heart, he was rejoicing in Perdita's misfortune. He was very happy to see Perdita suffer. This woman often opposed him in front of Pegatron. Ron slowly raised his head and said with a smile, "Let me leave, and I will let this woman go. Otherwise," as he spoke, he tightened his grip on the bone spear. A trace of blood seeped out from Perdita's neck. Pegatron's face sank. "Are you threatening me? What do you think?" Ron had a smile on his face. With a hostage in hand, he took the initiative and talked cheerfully in front of nearly 1,000 Dragon Knights. To be honest, Ron's request wasn't excessive. He just wanted to leave. There was no deep hatred between the two sides. Most of the fights between the students of the two academies were mainly due to aura. There was no knot that couldn't be untied. However, Pegatron didn't dare. He had brought people out to cause trouble for the Balarax Academy with great fanfare. In the end, the other side had taken a hostage and left in a carefree manner. In the end, this matter had become a complete joke. With so many subordinates watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. Pegatron had always underestimated Ron. When he came back to his senses, he realized how much pressure he was under. He definitely couldn't let Perdita go, but if he didn't, his subordinates would be bitterly disappointed. At this moment, he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Now, Peggotron was truly regretting it. He regretted not dealing with this problem earlier and choosing to have a duel. Ron held Perdita hostage and used her body as a shield in front of him. His expression was relaxed, but his eyes were full of vigilance. The bone spear didn't dare to leave her throat for even a moment. Bastard, I'll risk it. Peggotron's eyes also flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Go kill this guy, what? Ron's heart tightened. He hadn't thought that Peggotron would be so ruthless that he didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. Perdita's face was deathly pale. No one could clearly feel the helplessness of being held hostage. Her life was still in the other side's hands, but Peggotron didn't care at all. For a moment, tears streamed down Perdita's face. But Perdita is still in his hands. The dragon rider at the side was a bit hesitant. What if Perdita was injured? Bastard, is she the boss or am I the boss? Don't worry about it, go. Being toyed with by a weak existence, Peggotron almost went mad with anger. He slapped the Dragon Knight and shouted at the same time. Yes, under Peggotron's pressure, the Dragon Rider could only brace himself. Although he was disgusted with Peggotron's style, he could only carry out his orders. In the blink of an eye, a few Earth Dragons had already rushed in front of Ron. They held spears in their hands and stabbed at Ron. For a moment, Ron was surrounded by danger. Chapter 157. Touching her snow-white neck, Perdita was still in a state of shock. However, she at least knew that she was safe. She couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Ron's back. Peggotron rushed over on his T-Rex and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Perdita shook her head. Looking at Peggotron, she only felt a chill in her heart. As the boss, Peggotron didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all. For the sake of his own face, he actually sent his subordinates to their deaths. This kind of behavior made her feel disgusted. Peggotron didn't notice the thoughts of his subordinates. He only fiercely said, "This hateful necromancer. Once I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Ron shuttled back and forth in the forest of spears of the Dragon Knights. Spears stabbed at him one after another. He relied on his agility to dodge them with all his might. The Dragon Knights were dazzled and only saw a shadow. They almost suspected that they had encountered a thief. However, Ron wasn't having a good time either. He rolled on the ground and was almost stabbed several times. There was also the Earth Dragon's huge foot. It wouldn't be a good thing to be stepped on by it. Lightly taking a deep breath, Ron crossed his arms and lightly pushed the bone staff forward. At the same time, he chanted an incantation and a black mist appeared in his palm. Dark Spirit Vision. In an instant, the Dragon Knights felt their eyes shrouded in a layer of black mist. Their vision suddenly decreased. "Bastard, I can't see. Damn it. Damn it. What kind of sorcery is this guy using? Ouch, you bumped into me." A small Dark Spirit Vision curse spell caused these Dragon Knights to fall into chaos. This was the first time Ron used a curse spell in a real battle. It was quite effective. Although there weren't many Dragon Knights with decreased vision, it was enough to cause chaos. Bone Spike. White dots of light pierced out, immediately injuring many Dragon Knights. Ron was able to smoothly rush out of the encirclement. "Quick, don't let him escape." Peggotron was both startled and angry. At this time, he truly experienced the strength of this necromancer. He wasn't so easy to deal with. Ron didn't escape. He was also angered by the Soaring Dragon Academy. At this time, he was determined to counterattack. Bone Prison. Bone cages rose from the ground and stopped the dragons that were crazily pushing forward. Crash! They fell down one after another. The dragons in front stopped while the ones behind continued to push forward. It was a chaotic scene. Bone Arrow. With the bone staff in hand, Ron began his counterattack. Bone arrows imbued with soul power shot towards the immobilized Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knights fell to the ground one after another, clutching their wounds and groaning. "Get up! Get up!" Again and again, he was at a disadvantage. The powerful Dragon Knight was actually being played around with by a mere necromancer. Peggotron was about to go mad with anger. He had never thought that having a huge drake was sometimes a drawback. The drake that had fallen in front of him was blocking his path forward, not to mention his Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ron coldly smiled. His mouth didn't stop, continuing to chant the incantation. The bone staff in his hand danced like an excellent conductor. A black soul force crazily rushed out of his body. Ron's eyes turned green, appearing incomparably sinister in the dark night. At this time, there was a slight disturbance in the ground around Ron. The disturbance grew bigger and bigger, and before long, white skeletons appeared one after another. The grayish-black ground seemed to connect the gates of hell to the mortal world. Skeletons from the graveyard scrambled to crawl out of the ground. A sea of skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages appeared in front of the Dragon Knights. There were so many white bones that it was impossible to tell how many there were at first glance. A trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the Dragon Knights. They were frightened by the black eye sockets of the skeletons. So many skeletons. Heavens, aren't these skeletons summoned by necromancers? These skeletons looked terrifying. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the Dragon Knights. They felt that the skeletons in front of them weren't as simple as they had imagined. Skeleton haste. Ron chanted the last incantation. Summoning so many skeletons at once had already exhausted all of his soul force. But Ron wasn't worried. The soul ring would replenish his soul force. Don't worry about it. These skeletons won't be able to withstand a single blow. Pegatron had also seen necromancers summon skeletons before, but now that he'd seen Ron's mystical necromancy magic, he didn't dare to lower his guard. At this time, his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He wanted nothing more than to kill Ron, but the earth dragons in front of him were blocking the way. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Kill! Following Ron's order, the skeletons seemed to come alive. They raised their heads one after another, and specks of green light lit up in their black eye sockets. Then, all the skeletons let out howls from the depths of their souls. Countless skeleton warriors broke into the group of earth dragons and engaged in close combat with the Dragon Knights. The skeleton mages also condensed magic bullets and continuously bombarded the Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knights felt that something was wrong as soon as they came into contact with the skeleton warriors and skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors were still all right. They were relatively weak, and although they were very fast, they didn't pose a threat. However, the skeleton warriors were different. These fellows wearing heavy armor weren't so easy to deal with. When faced with the Dragon Knight spears, they would raise the bone shields in their hands to block. The most frightening thing was that the skeletons weren't afraid of death. Moreover, there were so many of them that they rushed over in wave after wave, catching the Dragon Knights unawares. Boom! 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 Magic exploded among the Dragon Knights. Many of them were hit by the magic. They fell to the ground, injured, and then were trampled by the earth dragons. The entire scene was chaotic. At this time, the light of the soul ring gradually faded. Ron's soul energy had been completely replenished. With a thought, he chanted another incantation, and another group of skeletons crawled up from the ground. Magic rose up one after another. Bone spears, bone arrows, and bone spurs were wildly rained down on the Dragon Knights. Ah, it hurts. I got an arrow in my thigh. Priest, save me. I can't hold on much longer. Under the attack of Ron's undead army, the Dragon Knights howled in grief. Ron was ruthless in his heart. At this time, he was going all out. Among them, the ones with the strongest attack power were the skeleton mages. Their spells soared into the sky and landed in the crowd, sweeping away a large number of them. Although the earth dragons had a certain amount of magic resistance, they were unable to withstand the bombardment of spells. A Dragon Knight raised his spear and shattered a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's body disappeared like black smoke. He said to Pegatron, "Boss, these guys are too damn difficult to deal with." Pegatron said in a low voice, "Get out of the way, let me deal with him." He was ruthless in his heart. The T-Rex's huge body rolled over, opening up a path in an instant. Ron slowly raised his head. A two-handed greatsword attacked with a strong gust of wind. He focused his gaze and just happened to see Peggotron's sinister face. Ron wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, "You finally made your move?" Peggotron also put away his arrogance and nodded, saying, "Your strength is beyond my imagination. I want to ask you, are you really a necromancer?" With a faint smile, Ron slowly straightened his body. With a hint of confidence, he said clearly, "That's right, I am a necromancer." Peggotron smiled. "Hee hee, I heard that Heefles lost to you. Unfortunately, I'm not Heefles." As he said that, the T-Rex under Peggotron took a step forward and opened its bloody mouth. Its long and sharp teeth were full of barbed spikes as it fiercely bit at Ron. The bite of that huge beast that weighed 8 tons could directly tear half a person's body apart. With light footsteps, Ron slowly took a step back. With a grab of his left hand, a white bone spear appeared out of thin air and pierced towards the huge beast's mouth. With a crack, the hard bone spear was crushed by the T-Rex's huge teeth. Ron's expression finally changed. It was too late to say anything. The T-Rex's legs paused, and it charged towards Ron. Boom! Ron's thin and weak body was knocked into the air. He felt the world spin around him as he fell heavily to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Climbing up with difficulty, Ron felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. Mages all had weak bodies, and necromancers were no exception. Peggotron's eyes widened in anger. Nearly 1,000 Dragon Knights had actually spent so much time dealing with a single necromancer. This caused him to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he charged towards Ron with all his might. Ron was not to be outdone. He rose up and counterattacked. Waves after waves of skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages were summoned, and they madly charged towards Peggotron. However, the result left him flabbergasted. Those skeletons were unable to withstand a single blow from the T-Rex. There was no need to mention the skeleton warriors. Their defense was weak, and apart from their speed, they had no other redeeming qualities. However, even the skeleton warriors that were known for their defense were not a match for the T-Rex. They were torn apart in the blink of an eye. Even the skeleton mage's magic was unable to do anything to the T-Rex. The T-Rex of the 6th rank was an invincible existence among those of the same rank. The only thing I can do now is to use the curse magic again. Taking a deep breath, Ron's eyes became clear. He raised one hand and chanted an incantation, using the curse magic of necromancy. Weaken. A sense of powerlessness filled Peggotron's body, causing him to be shocked. What was going on? His body's strength was constantly draining away, and his fighting aura was weakening. That invincible two-handed greatsword had also become heavy. Not only that, but the T-Rex's body had also become sluggish, and its attack speed was not as strong as before. Peggotron's heart was filled with shock. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Ron's thin figure. "Is this your doing?" Ron smiled, but did not answer his question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. "What do you think?" "Damn it!" Peggotron cursed fiercely, but Ron's strange necromancy magic still made him feel a chill in his heart. He rolled his eyes and said to the dumbstruck Dragon Knight behind him, Chapter 158. The Dragon Knights were more or less fearful of necromancy magic. This fear came from ignorance. They didn't understand necromancy, so they didn't know what other means the other party had to deal with them. But when they heard Peggotron's command, they still braced themselves and charged forward. Weaken. Ron continued to use the same trick, releasing a curse from his necromancy magic and weakening the group of Dragon Knights. Search for the latest updates. However, the results surprised Ron. The Dragon Knights didn't seem to be affected at all and continued to charge forward. Ron had no choice but to quickly dodge. "Grandpa Homelin, what's going on? Why is my curse ineffective?" Ron asked as he dodged the spears stabbing at him from all directions. Homelin's voice sounded in his ears. "Ron, curses have their limitations. The same curse has a completely different effect on a single person compared to a group of people. The more people you curse, the weaker the curse." Ron was speechless. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ah. Hummelin shrugged. I thought you knew. Hashtag yin %%. Heefles and Aurora jogged back to the academy. Heefles clutched his abdomen, blood spilling all over the ground. Are you all right? Aurora asked. Although she didn't like Heefles, she knew that they should be in the same boat. I can still hold on. Heefles took a deep breath and said to Aurora, You and I will split up and call for reinforcements, then go save Ron. We have to be quick. Ron won't be able to hold on for long, Aurora nodded. Highwells looked into the distance and saw a huge cloud of smoke rising from Ballarex. That was where the battle was taking place. At this moment, he had already forgotten about his grudge with Ron, and a trace of graveness appeared in his eyes. Ron, you have to hold on. Highwells muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Fatty, come out. As soon as Aurora returned to room 302, she woke up everyone who was sleeping soundly. Everyone had gone to bed early because the finals were going to be held tomorrow. Fatty had just fallen asleep and was having a wet dream when Aurora kicked open the door to the boys' room. She ran to his bed and pulled him up by the ear. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! A fat man who was still asleep screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He opened his sleepy eyes and was shocked to see that it was Aurora. Oh, Boss Aurora, how did you come in? By this time, Lantry and Rum had risen to their feet as well. You're still sleeping? Do you know that something happened to Ron? Aurora said anxiously. What? Hearing this, everyone quivered and came to their senses one after another. What? What's going on? Fatty also became nervous. He rolled his eyes. Is it Heefles? He lost today and was not convinced, so he came to fight with Ron again? Aurora shook her head. It's not him. Then who is it? The commotion in the boys' room also woke up everyone in the girls' room. Manny and Karachi appeared at the door and asked in unison. Aurora said, Do you still remember that day at Moulin Rouge? We provoked those people from Soaring Dragon Academy? Their boss is coming to find trouble with us. Soaring Dragon Academy? Everyone turned pale with fright. Lantry asked, How many people do they have? Aurora's face turned grave. At least 1,000 people, and most of them are Dragon Knights. 1,000 people, most of them are Dragon Knights. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Is there still a need to fight? Aurora said, Now Ron is resisting them by himself. I don't know how long he can hold on for. We must gather a group of people and rush over. Yes, we must save Ron. Fatty also became anxious. Let's split up and act. Gather as many people as you can. Lantry said, Gather the people from Skull Association. On the other side, Heefles was also moving. In his small apartment, a group of people quickly gathered. His injury had already been healed by his wife, Miss Soya. His wife was an excellent priest. Big brother, why do we have to save Ron? Isn't he our enemy? Firth High angrily said. He wished that Ron would die. Bastard. Heefles scolded. The matter between me and Ron is a personal grudge. Now we are fighting with Soaring Dragon Academy. Soaring Dragon Academy is everyone's enemy. These are two different things. I think all your books have gone to the dog's stomach. You don't even understand this. Firth High was scolded by his big brother to the point that he couldn't raise his head. Ever since he was young, the person he was most afraid of was his big brother. High Fur sighed. Everything about this younger brother of his was good, except that he was a bit too disappointing. All he thought about all day was getting revenge on Ron. Revenge wasn't a bad thing, but he didn't have any strength. All he thought about was how unlucky Ron was, and his heart was extremely dark. He was a guy who couldn't do anything right, but was more likely to spoil things. If not for the fact that he was his younger brother, he would have kicked him out long ago. How about this? Heefles' face sank. I won't force everyone. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then go back to your dorm and lie down. Anyway, I have to remind you that there are nearly 1,000 Dragon Knights over there. Almost all the elites of Soaring Dragon Academy have gone out. If you are afraid of death, then don't go. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they were hesitant. At this time, Heefles' wife's pornographic novel. Miss Soya resolutely stood up and calmly said, I'll go. Firth High was stunned. Sister-in-law, I'll go. I'll go too. Let's go. That bastard from Soaring Dragon Academy. Why don't you go? With an example taking the lead, Everyone stood up and spoke passionately. Even Frazino, who had a grudge against Ron, stood up. Very good. Heefles waved his hand. Time waits for no one. Let's go. Fatty and the others split up and knocked on each dorm's door one by one. Just like this, the news of Ron being beaten up by the Soaring Dragon Academy spread from one person to 10 to 100. Very quickly, the entire Soaring Dragon Academy knew about it. Ron was beaten up by them. Quickly go and support him. It seems to be over there. Look, the smoke pillar in the city. Anger was ignited in an instant. Regardless of whether Ron knew them or not, they all gathered together. They gave up their prejudices against each other and headed towards a common goal, Soaring Dragon Academy. Just like Dorm 302, Dorm 787 was also the main character of tomorrow's finals. However, unlike Dorm 302, they were a hot favorite. No matter how big or small the betting house was, they were all optimistic about them. Their odds were much higher than Dorm 302's. Naturally, they also received this news. However, everyone's heart was heavy. Tomorrow was the finals. Should they go or not? Shea raised her small fist and loudly shouted, "Go, why wouldn't I go? This is not only about the ranking tournament. This is related to the honor of our Balarax Academy." A priest hesitated and said, But tomorrow is the competition. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." It was not easy for a priest to recover their magic power. If they could save some, they would save some. Shea stared. Can't handle it? Then didn't Ron still go? He is now happily fighting with those people from Soaring Dragon Academy. Why wouldn't he be afraid of tomorrow's ranking tournament? That priest mumbled. This matter was originally caused by him. Ron caused it. Shea sneered and said, "It seems like you don't know anything." The first one to be beaten was Heefles. Soaring Dragon Academy's goal is to cause a war between the two academies. This is a provocation. Do you understand provocation? Besides, this is not the first time something like this has happened. That priest was silent. Shea sneered and said, "From what I see, some people are taking the ranking tournament too seriously. They are afraid that they will lose tomorrow's competition. Therefore, they don't dare to go, right?" Regarding the Soaring Dragon Academy's provocation, everyone was clear in their hearts. However, they were divided on whether they should go or not. Kadena sweetly smiled and looked towards Mocklin and said, "Mocklin, you are the captain. What do you think?" Everyone's gaze turned towards the silent Mocklin. They had said so much and were all waiting for Mocklin's decision. "You're asking me?" Mocklin smiled and stood up. He stretched and said, "If you want me to say, then everyone should go to sleep." Once these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shea stood up and retorted, "Then we don't care about the Soaring Dragon Academy's matter." "Care about what?" Mocklin glanced at her and said, "Everyone should go do what they should do. Why bother with other people's business? Besides, even if we don't go, other people have already gone. They don't need to compete so naturally. They don't need to worry about exhaustion. If we go and exhaust our do-chi and magic before coming back, then I think we don't need to compete in tomorrow's competition. Even if we want to find trouble with the Soaring Dragon Academy, we should wait until the competition is over." "You." Shea was speechless. She pointed at Mocklin and was speechless. Mocklin smiled. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Shea naturally knew that Mocklin was talking about the ranking competition. She couldn't say that he was wrong. She relaxed and secretly sulked. Karana gave Shea a meaningful glance and stood up. "Mocklin, Ron also needs to compete tomorrow. He isn't afraid of exhaustion, but we are conserving our strength. If we do this, then it will seem as if we are afraid of him." Mocklin smiled. "Kadena, what Ron wants to do is his business. We're not related to him in any way. Why should we join in the fun? Besides, Ron will naturally have to bear the consequences of his actions. What does this have to do with us?" Actually, it wasn't that Mocklin didn't want to fight, but he had a more important plan in his heart, which was to kill Ron in the ranking competition tomorrow. This was also his only chance. In the academy, Mocklin couldn't make a move. There were teachers watching everywhere, and Ron wasn't an ordinary person either. He wasn't an opponent that could be dealt with in a short period of time. If the teachers were attracted, then it would be a loss. Therefore, the ranking competition became his only chance to kill Ron. In the duel arena, he could Guangming and openly attack Ron. As for the punishment for killing his opponent, Mocklin didn't care at all. You shameless, Shea said angrily, pointing at Mocklin. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. Mocklin shrugged. Whatever you say. In any case, I won't go. I'll go myself. Shea was so agitated that her face was flushed red. She fiercely said this and rushed out of the door. Kadena looked at everyone and said, I'll go with Sister Shea. Then she turned and ran out as well. There were only 6 people left in dorm 787. Fate hesitated for a moment, but still followed. After that, 2 more people went out. In the end, only the priest and Mocklin were left there. The priest asked, Captain Mocklin, are we really not going? I'm not going. You can go. Mocklin smiled and said, Oh, okay. I'll go. The priest responded and left. After everyone left, Mocklin's face was completely gloomy. Looking at the backs of those people leaving, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 159. Pegatron smiled. So you're saying that we have nothing to talk about? In truth, he had never wanted to talk at all. He was just looking for an excuse. Sometimes, people didn't fight for benefits. Sometimes, it was just to suppress the other side. Whether it was the Soaring Dragon Academy or the Balarax Academy, this was the case. It wasn't anyone's problem. In the Balarax Academy, the issue of who was the boss and who had the final say had been fought for decades. To these young, impulsive, hot-blooded students, the only way to resolve this issue was with their fists. It wasn't as if the 2 academies had never fought like this before. Shea, Heifels, and Mocklin had all participated in last year's war, so they weren't unfamiliar with Pegatron. Perhaps the freshmen of the Balarax Academy didn't know, but the seniors knew that the Soaring Dragon Academy was looking for an excuse to start a war. A person beside her raised a torch. The light from the burning flames illuminated Shea's face. Shea exchanged glances with Ron, Heifels, and the others. She sneered. I don't think you want to talk at all. Pegatron laughed. Since that's the case, I'll get justice for my subordinates. He stopped smiling and coldly waved his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Attack! Both sides gave the order. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The eyes of the Balarax Academy's students turned blood red. The knights and warriors standing at the front threw down their torches and pulled out their weapons from their spatial bags. They roared and charged at the Soaring Dragon Academy. The Soaring Dragon Academy wasn't willing to be outdone. The Earth Dragon let out a deafening roar. It raised its 4 hooves and charged at the Balarax Academy. Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The densely packed students were like waves. Wave after wave, they charged forward with all their might. Boom! 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 Smoke rose again, and the streets of Balavax were once more filled with a deafening roar. Everywhere, flames burned. Shea, Heifels, and the others charged at the front. Dochi revolved around their bodies as they clashed with the Dragon Knights of the Soaring Dragon Academy. These people were not weak. Very quickly, they suppressed the arrogance of the Soaring Dragon Academy. Were the professions in the Balarax Academy? Without a doubt, they were magicians. Magicians were once the pride of the Balarax Academy. They chanted in low voices, and all sorts of magical elements were mobilized. Release. Under Kadena's command, countless magic bullets soared into the sky. Like beautiful fireworks, they fell on the Dragon Knights of Soaring Dragon Academy. The bombardment of nearly 1,000 spells stunned the Dragon Knights. The Earth Dragons whined, and many of the Dragon Knights couldn't control the panicked Earth Dragons and ran around in the crowd. Another wave of magic attacks. Dragon Knight Porne Gap was torn in their formation. Damn it! Peguterin was furious. Every time they fought, the magicians of the Balarax Academy would bring them great trouble. The most important thing right now was to deal with them as quickly as possible. In order to deal with these magicians, they had to break through their defensive line. This defensive line was built by Shea, Heifels, and the others. It was extremely sturdy. Although they didn't have Paladin Mocklin, they had an even more troublesome necromancer Ron. Charge with me. Piguterin clamped his legs together, and the T-Rex rushed forward like the wind. Its thick claws caused the ground to tremble. One student after another was sent flying. The T-Rex was unstoppable. It could be said that it was invincible here. Shea and Hefels exchanged glances. They both summoned their mounts. Shea summoned a silver-winged Pegasus, and Hefels summoned a long-fanged tiger. Let's get rid of this guy together. Shea said, "All right." In the face of a great enemy, Hefels also abandoned their past grudges. What the Balarax Academy needed now was cooperation. The silver-winged Pegasus flapped its wings and rushed into the air. The long-fanged tiger roared and pounced at Piguterin. In front of the 8-ton beast, Shea and Hefels' mounts seemed a bit small. Even if it was 2 against 1, Piguterin still had the upper hand. "Ron, are you all right?" Aurora ran to Ron's side and asked with concern. Ron shook his head and straightened his body. "I'm fine." Aurora looked at Ron's current state and advised, "Ron, it's better if you don't do anything. Rest for a bit. Leave this to us." Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Ron's eyes fell on Shea and Hefels. He frowned slightly. "No, I can't rest now. The guy riding a rank 6 T-Rex is too scary." Ron's eyes were full of raging flames. "I have to help them, but your body—" Aurora frowned. Ron's body might not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. "I could still hold on." Ron threw out a sentence, rode on the summoned skeleton warrior, added a skeleton acceleration spell, and rushed out directly. Aurora took a deep breath, picked up her bow, and joined the battle. "Ha ha ha!" Piguterin laughed wildly. "Delightful. This is delightful. Hefels, Shea, the 2 of you together won't be my match." Saying this, the huge T-Rex's tail whipped up and whipped Hefels' tusked tiger to the side. At the same time, Piguterin raised his greatsword with both hands and faced Shea head-on. Hefels was shocked. This guy's strength is much stronger than before. While they were talking, a white figure flashed past the corner of Hefels' eyes. This white figure quickly passed by him, holding a sharp spear and attacking Piguterin. "Ron!" Hefels was shocked at first, then became ecstatic. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. His strength made Hefels admire him. Piguterin also noticed Ron and laughed maliciously. "You've come as well. Go to hell with them." The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Ron. Poison bone dagger. Ron was incomparably calm. A green light condensed in his hand. That green light was extremely fast and stabbed into the T-Rex as hard as iron skin. It only pierced a little before it couldn't go any further. Damn it! Piguterin didn't think much of it first, but now he had a bad feeling. After forcing the poison out with great difficulty, Shea rushed over from the sky. After beating back Shea, she rode the silver-winged Pegasus into the air. At this time, Ron and Hefels once again pounced on her. The 3 powerhouses of the Soaring Dragon Academy joined hands and suppressed the T-Rex's arrogance, causing Piguterin to cry out in anger. The Dragon Knights couldn't tear through the Balarax Academy's defensive line. After being bombarded by the magicians behind them, they gradually showed signs of collapse. One by one, the Earth Dragons were seriously injured by the magicians and returned to the summoning space. The Dragon Knights became generals without an army, their fighting strength greatly reduced. At this time, Piguterin was fighting alone against the 3 powerhouses of the Balarax Academy, but he was clearly powerless. Facing the fierce attacks of Hefels, the flying Shea, and the crafty and vicious Ron, he quickly showed signs of fatigue. Letting out a light breath, Ron's gaze became awe-inspiring. He chanted in a low voice. Black gas coiled around his body, and a green light shone from his eyes, making him look extremely sinister in the dark night. "Vengeful spirits slumbering in the graveyard, awaken, my servant. Accept my summons and eliminate the enemies in front of you for me." Following Ron's chant, the skeleton magicians crawled out from the ground one by one. Looking from afar, it was a ghastly white expanse. "These things are coming out again." Piguterin was greatly shaken. This time, things were a little bad. "Get out of the way, let me do it," Ron loudly said to Shea and Heefles. More than 200 skeleton magicians moved at the same time. One magic after another soared into the air and fell to the ground. Explosions rang out one after another. Beautiful flowers bloomed on the T-Rex's body. The T-Rex bellowed, trying to rush out of the magic encirclement. "Want to leave?" "No way." Ron immediately noticed Piguterin's movements. Bone prisons rose from the ground, firmly trapping Piguterin and the Tyrannosaurus Rex inside. "Damn it! Bastard, you bastard!" Piguterin finally understood what Ron was trying to do. He did his best to destroy the ghastly white bone prisons that rose from the ground. Under the T-Rex's attacks, the bone prisons were easily shattered. However, Ron quickly summoned another bone prison, trapping the T-Rex once again. Don't forget that on the other side, spells were falling like rain. Piguterin could no longer care about anything else. On the other side, Shea and Heefles were waiting with bated breath. "It's no use. These low-level spells are useless against my T-Rex. Once I rush out, you'll just wait for your deaths." Piguterin shouted crazily in the smoke. How could it be so simple? Slowly raising his hand, Ron's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He moved once again. Curse, damage amplification, a mental attack silently seeped out, and Piguterin was unknowingly hit just like that. At this moment, Ron had already learned his lesson. He no longer scattered the power of the curse, and instead concentrated it on Piguterin. Curse magic was a mental attack. This mental attack had a trace of an illusion, affecting the opponent's vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. When the five senses were successfully deceived, the curse magic would take effect. For example, darkening astral vision and weakening were to make the enemy feel that they couldn't see anything or that they had no strength to attack. These psychological cues would affect them and weaken their fighting strength. The so-called art of curses was a mysterious thing. Every art of curses was different. In the end, it all boiled down to the word comprehension. Roar. Chapter 160. Everyone knew that they were going to fight with the Soaring Dragon Academy. The students of the Balarax Academy gathered at the center of the Academy's plaza. Aurora gathered a group of people. Most of them were new students of the Academy, and the number was still increasing. Search for the latest updates. At this time, another group of people came from the other side of the Academy. Aurora looked at them and saw that the one leading them was Firth High. See, their people were mainly senior students. These people walked in an orderly manner towards Aurora. Aurora said, "You're here." Heefles nodded. "Let's go." Aurora didn't want to talk nonsense. At this time, she was burning with anxiety. It had already been half an hour since she returned to the Academy. She didn't know how Ron was doing. At this time, a deafening sound came from the other side of the Academy's plaza. Heavy boots with a metallic texture stepped on the ground, making a neat sound. Judging from the sound, there were at least a few hundred people. Aurora was stunned. She asked Heefles, "Are they your people?" "No." Heefles was also confused. "My people are already here. Closer, closer." A burst of light illuminated Aurora's eyes. In the darkness, she saw the people coming. "Shea." "It's actually Shea?" Aurora was surprised and happy. She knew that tomorrow was the day of the dormitory finals against Shea. She didn't expect her to come. Heefles also felt strange. No way, Shea also came. The person who came was Shea. Kadena stood beside her. Shea walked forward and smiled. "I'm a member of the Balarax Academy, so I also came." This short sentence dispelled everyone's doubts. Many people secretly sighed in relief. Shea's arrival was like a shot of cardiac stimulant to everyone. Shea's strength was formidable, and she also had a wide network in the Academy. With her participation, they would have a greater chance of winning against the Soaring Dragon Academy. Aurora nodded, a trace of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you." Shea smiled. "What are you thanking me for? Ron is also my friend. It's my duty to help him." Heefles looked and asked, "Where's Mocklin?" Shea was most afraid of others mentioning this. His face turned red. and he didn't know how to answer. However, Katina said with a smile, Merklin has a stomachache, so he didn't come. Everyone replied with an oh. Their stomachs were hurting. Who was he trying to fool? The competition was tomorrow. How could there be such a coincidence? If Shea could think of this, then so could the others. However, at this moment, they couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. At this time, footsteps came from the distance. Who is it? Which boss has come this time? The students guessed one after another. Aurora. Sorry I'm late. To everyone's surprise, the person who came was Hera. She smiled and said. Heifels laughed. With this, the top 4 dorm teams are all gathered. Aurora nodded. Speaking of which, her team had the least number of people. If it was before, not to mention the top 4, dorm 302 might not even be able to make it to the top 64. But now, dorm 302 had Ron. Let's go. Aurora waved her hand. Nearly 1,000 students majestically walked towards the pillar of smoke. Nearly 1,000 people walked on the streets of Balavax, causing pedestrians to avoid them. At the front were Aurora, Heifels, Shea, and Hera. They stared ahead with solemn expressions and surging killing intent. Behind them was a dense crowd of students. They were like an unstoppable flood. Many students had already taken out weapons from their spatial bags and grasped them in their hands. The city was in chaos. Explosions could be heard from time to time. In the distance, magic bullets soared into the sky like beautiful fireworks. On the other side, Ron was in a bitter battle. His injuries were rapidly increasing. Although the soul ring could replenish his soul force, his physical strength was greatly depleted. Under the attacks of nearly 1,000 dragon knights, Ron was gradually unable to hold on. As the skeletons he summoned turned into black smoke and disappeared, he began to fall into a predicament. At this moment, Pegatron was also incomparably shocked. This necromancer's attacks seemed endless. He summoned wave after wave of skeletons, making it impossible for Pegatron to deal with them all. One person, just one person, had fought with nearly 1,000 dragon knights for a full 2 hours. The more the dragon knights fought, the more apprehensive they became. This unknown necromancer was truly too powerful. The skeletons didn't seem to be afraid of death. Wave after wave of skeletons charged out, and it was impossible to kill them all. Kill him. This guy is already at his limit. Pegatron shouted. The great sword in his hand shone with a sharp light as he increased the pace of his attacks. Seeing Ron fall into a desperate battle, Homelin couldn't bear to watch. Ron, why don't you let me do it? It's just a mere low-ranked land dragon. I'm confident I can take care of it. Huff, huff, huff. Ron used his bone spear to fling a dragon knight off the land dragon's back. At this moment, he was gasping for breath. His physical strength had almost reached its limit. He gasped for breath as he said, Grandpa Homelin, let me hold on for a little longer. Just a little longer will do, Homelin sighed. Do as you wish. At this moment, Homelin's expression suddenly changed. There are a lot of people coming. They seem to be coming from the academy. Could it be that Aurora and Heifels have brought people here? A glimmer of hope ignited in Ron's eyes. A ray of light suddenly appeared. From the corner of his eye, Ron saw a dragon knight holding a dragon spear shining with golden light. It was piercing towards him, bringing with it a swift and fierce wind. Ron dodge. Homelin cried out in alarm. Ron dodged to the right, but found that it was as if his body wasn't listening to his orders. He couldn't break free. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Shit! At this moment, with a whoosh, a rapid arrow suddenly appeared. With a thump, it pierced the dragon knight's arm. The dragon knight screamed and fell to the ground. Ron turned his head and saw Aurora in full military attire. She held a longbow in one hand, the bowstring still trembling. That rapid arrow that broke through the sound barrier was shot by her. Aurora! Ron. Seeing that Ron was fine, Aurora's suspended heart finally calmed down. Her charming eyes stared at Piguterin as if they were about to spit fire. Piguterin smiled. Oh, you're finally back? All right, let's see how many people you can call out. A tall figure appeared behind Aurora. It was Heifels. Heifels angrily said, Piguterin, open your dog eyes and see how many of us are here. The students of the Balarax Academy appeared one after another. They held torches in their hands. In the darkness of the night, the dense flames looked like a fire dragon twisting and turning in the city. So many people, so many of them. The hearts of the Soaring Dragon Academy's dragon knights trembled. Before, they had already been scared witless by Ron. Now that they saw so many people from the Balarax Academy, they were already half afraid before the battle even started. Even Turns and Perdita had fear in their eyes. Piguterin calmly said, "Don't panic. Their numbers are about the same as ours. Don't forget, we are Dragon Knights." What Piguterin meant was that although the Balarax Academy had a lot of people, most of them were mages. The Dragon Knights had an additional Earth Dragon, which gave them a huge advantage in battle. Touching the Earth Dragon below them, the Dragon Knights of the Soaring Dragon Academy finally calmed down. Their eyes also regained a trace of confidence. Yes, they were Dragon Knights, invincible Dragon Knights. Even if they suffered at the hands of an unknown necromancer, it was because it was the first time they fought with such a profession. They didn't understand the opponent. A white light shone from Ron's body. His wounds miraculously healed. It was actually Ron who used a healing spell on him. Ron slowly stood up, recovering some of his vitality. "Ron, are you all right?" Fatty Karachi and the others walked to Ron's side and helped him up. Ron's wounds had already healed, and his soul force had also been replenished. The only thing that couldn't be replenished was his physical strength. At this moment, he looked very tired. "Piguterin, what do you want?" A crisp voice cut through the tranquility of the night sky. Shea's beautiful face was frosty as she angrily stared at Piguterin. Ron lightly opened his eyes and looked. Why is she also here? It seems she knows the person riding the T-Rex. Piguterin was also startled when he saw Shea. Then he laughed and said, "Shea, I didn't expect even you to appear. It seems Mocklin is also here. Where's he? Let him come out and meet an old friend." Shea's face sank. This time Mocklin didn't come out. This made her lose face. Piguterin looked around and didn't see Mocklin. He chuckled and said, "Is this guy afraid? Hiding and not daring to come out?" Shea said in a deep voice, "No need for Mocklin. I will deal with you." "Piguterin, let me ask you what you want. Do you really want to start a war between the two academies?" "Ha ha ha." Piguterin laughed wildly. "If not for your academy's Ron hitting our people, why would we find trouble with him?" Aurora coldly snorted. "Wasn't it you who started it first? I don't care." Piguterin leaned forward and said with a smile, "If this matter is settled like this, I don't need to be the boss anymore." Aurora and Shea looked at each other. Shea understood and said with a cold smile, "Then how do you want to settle this?" "Very simple." Piguterin slammed his two-handed greatsword on the ground and arrogantly said, "Have that necromancer kneel down in front of me and my subordinates and sincerely admit his mistake. This matter will be settled like this. How about it? Am I magnanimous?" When the Dragon Knights of the Soaring Dragon Academy heard this, they roared with laughter. Their laughter was filled with pride. Chapter 161. The beast's body emitted a dazzling light. In a short moment, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. It returned to the summoning space. Shea and Heefles were pleasantly surprised. Piguterin's T-Rex was heavily injured and couldn't fight, so it automatically returned to the summoning space. Now, as a knight, Piguterin's fighting strength was greatly reduced. Search for the latest updates. Ron faintly smiled. "Piguterin, you don't have a chance." "What? Piguterin lost? His Tyrannosaurus Rex is gone. He lost." The Dragon Knights had a trace of alarm in their eyes. In their hearts, the T-Rex Piguterin was an invincible existence. They didn't expect him to lose, and lose so thoroughly. This had never happened before. They had fought with the Balarax Academy many times, and even if they couldn't defeat the T-Rex, they would still be able to retreat. But now he actually lost. At this time, the situation on the battlefield finally changed. With the fall of the T-Rex, the Soaring Dragon Academy had lost. The morale of the Dragon Knights plummeted, and the students of the Balarax Academy began their counterattack. How? How could this be? Piguterin was completely dumbfounded. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. How could I lose? I am as strong as T-Rex. How could I lose? Piguterin stood there in a daze, unable to understand. After a long time, his body suddenly twitched, and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Aaron, Hefels, and Shea were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this Piguterin's mental state too weak? He actually fainted just like that. The three looked at each other in dismay. Ron asked, "What do we do now? What do we do?" "Continue fighting," Hefels and Shea said in unison. As they spoke, they looked at the other Dragon Knights. The moment Piguterin fell, the students of the Soaring Dragon Academy seemed to have lost their backbone. Their minds were in chaos, and their attacks also became disorganized. With the addition of Ron and the other two, the situation became one-sided. The Dragon Knights scattered and fled, some of them abandoning the slow-moving land dragons and running away in fear. The morale of Balarax's students was greatly boosted, and they chased after them. Run! All of the Dragon Knights had the same thought in their minds, and that was to escape back to the Soaring Dragon Academy. This was the safest place for them. We won, we won. The students of the Balarax Academy cheered loudly for their victory. They didn't show any mercy and kept pushing forward. One by one, the students of the Soaring Dragon Academy were knocked down. Some of them were crying and begging for mercy. Some of them were fighting with their lives on the ground. Some of them were fighting while retreating, slowly retreating into the academy. The Soaring Dragon Academy's gate was about 10 meters wide. Outside the gate, there were two lifelike flying dragons. The Soaring Dragon Academy was established less than 100 years ago, but it faintly showed signs of surpassing the Balarax Academy. This was because the strongest warriors were born here, Dragon Knights. The Soaring Dragon Academy was also known as the Rocking Dragon Knights. On this day, the powerful Dragon Knights were defeated like a landslide. They were killed by the students of the Balarax Academy. In the Soaring Dragon Academy, the angry students began to destroy everything. Magic bullets flew out from the hands of the Balarax Academy students and exploded on the buildings of the Soaring Dragon Academy. The buildings were set ablaze. Many students woke up from their dreams and were stunned by the scene in front of them. Ron and the others also rushed into the Soaring Dragon Academy. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were also stunned. The students they brought with them were destroying everything as if they had lost control. They didn't have the slightest awareness of a victor. They felt like they were venting their anger. Ron, Shea, Hefels, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Ron scratched his head and said, "It seems like we went a bit too far." Hefels didn't think so. What's wrong with that? We defeated the Soaring Dragon Academy in Guangming without any teachers interfering. That year when the Soaring Dragon Academy defeated us, they weren't the same type of people either. Shea muttered to herself. Even so, I still feel that it's not appropriate. The Soaring Dragon Academy isn't without experts. If we provoke those teachers, it will be troublesome. Hefel smiled. What's there to be afraid of? As far as I know, the teachers of the two academies usually don't interfere in the disputes between them. Aurora thought for a bit, but I heard that the Soaring Dragon Academy's headmaster Montego is a very protective person. If we anger him, I'm afraid we won't be able to bear the consequences. Hefels also felt that the situation was serious. Why don't we separate our people? In any case, we've already achieved our goal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, they split up to stop those students from wantonly destroying the Soaring Dragon Academy. The idea of the few leaders was good, but it wasn't easy to put it into practice. All the students of the Balarax Academy were already in chaos. They didn't recognize each other and only recognized their own leader. They didn't recognize anyone else's leader, so they wouldn't listen to his orders. Ron and the others were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. However, it didn't have much effect. The destruction was still ongoing. However, They were also met with the counterattack of some of the Soaring Dragon Academy students. The situation was chaotic. In the Soaring Dragon Academy's headmaster Montego's dormitory, a series of hurried knocks sounded, dong, dong, dong. Who is it? Montego was sleeping soundly. When he heard the knock, he immediately got up and opened the door. Seeing the teacher standing at the door, he immediately became dissatisfied. Didn't I tell you not to bother me if there's nothing important? Really, I can't even sleep peacefully. That teacher was out of breath. Headmaster. Headmaster. Not good. Students killed their way in. Montego frowned. Speak clearly. What students killed their way in? The teacher anxiously said, It's Ballarak's Academy's students who killed their way in. Montego replied with an O. Just as he was about to close the door, his face suddenly stiffened. He involuntarily said, What did you say? Ballarak's Academy's students killed their way in? That teacher nodded. Just a few simple words, and he was already sweating profusely. What happened? Montego's expression was grim. Wasn't it Piguterin who went to deal with it? Where's Piguterin? Piguterin was defeated. That teacher stuttered. He was defeated by the Ballarak's Academy students. Our people were completely defeated and fled back. The Ballarak's Academy's students chased after us. Right now, they are destroying everything in the academy. Montego turned around and looked out of the window. Outside the window, he saw raging flames. Explosions were unceasingly ringing out, and huge pillars of smoke were rising from the place where the flames were burning. He looked at the sky. It was already early in the morning. Montego's face sank. How long have they been causing trouble? The teacher said, It's been quite a while. Our teachers didn't make a move, right? Montego asked again. No, our teachers are very restrained. That's good. Montego nodded. There was no trace of a smile on his face. Let's go and take a look. On the roof of a dormitory of the Soaring Dragon Academy, several figures were standing on top of it. They were the teachers of the Soaring Dragon Academy. They were shaking their heads. No one knew what they were discussing. Their faces were filled with helplessness. This is too much. These students are simply lawless. They actually dared to break into our academy and wreak havoc. A young teacher was indignant. The teachers of the Soaring Dragon Academy were also experts. With their strength, they could easily stop these students from going crazy. However, they clearly didn't do so. Forget it. Another older teacher helplessly said, This is a matter between our headmaster Montego and the Ballarak's Academy's headmaster Platz. They already had an agreement. As teachers, we can't interfere in the matters between students. He paused for a moment. I remember that one year when our Soaring Dragon Academy broke into the Ballarak's Academy, their teachers didn't interfere. That young teacher was somewhat puzzled. What are they doing? Who knows? The older teacher smiled. Maybe it's a game between the experts of the sacred domain. We can't guess what they are thinking. The younger teacher said, You mean to say that we should just let them destroy this place? The older teacher smiled. Don't worry, someone will come out to solve this. The students of the Ballarak's Academy were in a killing frenzy. In the chaotic crowd, Ron did his best to persuade them. There were several times when he almost took action. However, there were even more students who didn't listen to him. For example, Hefels's subordinates and Shea's subordinates. These people didn't need to give face to Ron. At this time, Ron heard Hummelin's warning. Be careful, a very powerful aura is coming. What? Ron was shocked. Could it be the teachers of the Soaring Dragon Academy? No. Hummelin stared at the direction of a tall tower in the distance and said, It's an expert of the sacred domain. Ron was in a daze when his heart suddenly jumped. Very good. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in everyone's ears. The voice was not loud, but when it rang in everyone's ears, it was deafening. Who? Who's this voice? Everyone started to look for the source of the voice, but they didn't see even half a shadow. Some of the students of Soaring Dragon Academy, however, had a happy expression on their face. This was their dean, Golden Flying Dragon Knight, Lord Montegot, a Saint Realm expert. The voice began to speak. Students of the Ballarak's Academy, please go back. This isn't a place for you to come. F***CK. Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? If I leave just because you tell me to, I won't have any face. The students of the Balarax Academy were in high spirits. Hearing those words, they raised their middle fingers. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura came from all directions. This aura was so powerful that it made people's heart palpitate. I am a pornographic novel. My body can't move. Some of the students' faces were filled with fear. Many of them reluctantly turned to look at the source of the aura. Their lips trembled and they couldn't even speak clearly. Chapter 162. Roar. A loud roar resounded, shaking everyone's body. Although the sound came from afar, traces of irresistible power could be felt, making people unable to resist. A black shadow appeared in the sky. It was covered in golden scales and had 4 long horns on its head. A pair of huge wings took up almost half of its body. 4 thick and powerful claws emitted a golden light. Its long tail was stretched out and swinging in the air, controlling the direction of its flight. Search for the latest updates. Wyvern. It's a wyvern. It's the Dean's golden wyvern, the student screamed. The students of Soaring Dragon Academy were filled with joy, while the students of Balarax Academy were filled with fear. They knew what the appearance of this wyvern meant. Wyvern was a strange beast from the sacred domain. It was the mount of the Dean of Soaring Dragon Academy, Montigot. Its appearance meant that the Dean had personally made a move. Offending a powerful expert from the sacred domain was not a good thing. The golden wyvern flew a circle above everyone's head. The students of Balarax Academy felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The pressure of the sacred domain expert made them not dare to move. Damn, it's too powerful. Hefel swallowed his saliva. When that wyvern flew above my head, my heart almost stopped. Me too, Shea said in a daze. Pornographic novel Ron took a deep breath and said, Did the Dean of Soaring Dragon Academy personally make a move? No. Impossible. Hefels said in shock. If that's the case, then we don't need to go back alive. A powerful expert from the sacred domain wouldn't lower his status like this, right? Montigot saw the destruction of Soaring Dragon Academy and was furious. These students didn't know what was good for them. Don't they know that this is my territory? No matter what, I have to teach you a lesson. Montigot's eyes flashed with killing intent. His robe fluttered without any wind. Frozen 1,000 miles. An extremely cold aura rushed over from afar, enveloping everyone in it. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped to 0, and it was still dropping. A thin layer of ice formed on the originally flat ground. The ice became thicker and thicker, freezing everyone's feet in an instant. I can't move. One of the Balrock students sobbed. He tried his best to pull his foot out of the ice, but it was as if his foot had taken root and wouldn't budge. Me too. How terrifying. Woo-woo. My lord, I know I was wrong. The students of the Balarax Academy begged for mercy. Many refused to give up and struggled with all their might. But the ice seemed to have a mind of its own. It climbed higher and higher, and soon his entire leg was frozen. Some people used fire magic to burn the ice, but the ice did not seem to be afraid of fire. No matter how hard they tried, it did not melt. Hefels and Shea were also in trouble. However, the two of them were very obedient and didn't dare to move. They knew that the power of the sacred domain experts was irresistible. Ron also struggled a few times, but half of his body was frozen. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? It's actually so powerful. This is a domain. Homelin took a look. This is the water domain of that sacred domain expert. Don't struggle. It's useless. With your current strength, you can't break free. Then what do we do? Ron was a little flustered. Homelin muttered, After what you did, that sacred domain expert should be a little angry. However, I don't think he'll disregard his status and make a move. Homelin paused. If he really makes a move, I'm confident I can escape, but the others, Homelin's words were very clear. He could control Ron's body to escape, but the others might not. Ron's heart sank when he heard this. At this time, another voice came from the sky. Monty got, this is just a child playing around. There's no need to be so serious, right? Is that Dean Platts? Ron jumped in joy when he heard this voice. However, he suddenly remembered that half of his body was frozen. Ron looked around blankly, but he couldn't see anyone. Not only Dean Platts, but Monty Gott also didn't appear. But if you look for them, they're far away using energy to transmit their voices. You won't be able to find them, Hummelin said. Monty Gott was silent when he heard Platts's voice. After a long time, he faintly said, "Your student seems to be a little too much, right?" Platts laughed. This is a small matter. Let's do it. I'll bear the losses of the Soaring Dragon Academy. How about it? Monty Gott was silent for a while. After a long time, he said, "Very good." As he spoke, he withdrew his power, and the snow-white ice shattered with a bang. The temperature in the air also returned to its original state, and the heavy pressure on everyone's hearts also disappeared. Ron let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and looked at the people who were also in a state of shock. Monogott's face was gloomy. In this confrontation with Platts, he lost. The great academies had already agreed that the matters of the students should be settled by the students. The teachers couldn't interfere. But this time, not only did he interfere, he even did it himself. As for the losses of the Soaring Dragon Academy, it only helped him regain some face. How could a powerhouse of the sacred domain be lacking in money? Platts's laughter came from afar. Students of the Balarax Academy, come back. The matter is over. Hearing the dean's voice, the students of the Balarax Academy finally relaxed. However, they still felt a lingering fear when they recalled the scene just now. They felt as if they had just walked through hell. The students of the Balarax Academy dispersed one after another. They left the Soaring Dragon Academy. No one dared to act rashly. Monogott's action just now had a very good effect. The students of the Soaring Dragon Academy also crawled up from the ground. The priests began to cast healing spells. Some teachers also joined in to save people. See, I'm right? The matter is settled. On the roof, the old teacher said with a smile. The young teacher shrugged. I really don't know what those two big shots were thinking. Let's go. Who cares what they think? The old teacher said with a smile. Let's go and count the students. At this time, the sky was already bright. The conflict between the Soaring Dragon Academy and the Balarax Academy had ended. The students of the Balarax Academy withdrew from the Soaring Dragon Academy one after another. Although they were the victors, they didn't have too many happy expressions. They were scared by Headmaster Monty Gott just now. Ron, Heefles, Shea, and Hera walked in the front. They were also dejected. When they returned to the Balarax Academy, they saw a person with a white beard standing at the entrance with a smile on his face. If it wasn't Platts, who else could it be? Ron and the others happily went up and surrounded Platts. Headmaster Platts, good job, students. Platts smiled when he saw them. You've made me proud. Haha, you actually killed your way into the Soaring Dragon Academy. Looking at Ron and the others, Platts slowly nodded. I heard that they were the ones who started it. Hee. Next time you meet them, don't be polite. Beat them up ruthlessly. Yes, Headmaster Platts. Ron smiled. The feeling of being protected by an expert from the sacred domain was indeed different. At this time, Vice Headmaster Dabu hurriedly ran over. He looked at Ron and said, Headmaster, the ranking tournament finals will be held today. The teachers are all waiting. Ranking tournament finals? Platts slapped his head and said, I almost forgot. Today is the day of the finals between Dorm 302 and Dorm 787. Look at my memory, Platts smiled at Ron. Good job. You actually managed to compete with Dorm 787. This also means that you have decent strength. Good luck, Ron. I'm waiting to see your performance. Before leaving, Platts smiled and said before turning around and leaving. After Platts left, Dabble looked at the tired Ron and asked with concern, How are you? Ron, are you all right? Hearing Dabu's words, Aurora cried out in alarm. Not good. She ran over and grabbed Dabu's hand. Vice Headmaster, this. Ron fought fiercely for an entire night and used up a lot of energy. How is he going to fight in the ranking tournament? So it's like this. Dabu looked at Ron and frowned. Vice Headmaster, I think we can request for the tournament to be postponed until Ron recovers, Manny said from the side. Other than Ron, everyone in dorm 302 fought fiercely for an entire night. I've used up all my battle chi. If we fight in this state, we'll definitely lose. Dabu twirled his beard. It's not impossible to request for the tournament to be postponed. According to the rules of the ranking tournament, both sides have to agree. Since you're the one who requested it, you'll need dorm 787 to agree. Moreover, dorm 787 fought fiercely for an entire night. They must have used up a lot of energy, Dabu said as he looked at Shaya. Shaya looked at Ron and then looked at Dabs. He pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, well, anyway, we have to take a break, so let's postpone it. The time of the match is set for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, the finals between our dormitory 787 and dormitory 302. Shaya's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ron, when the time comes, you must not disappoint us. We look forward to fighting you with all our strength, Ron nodded. All right, when the time comes, I'll definitely do my best, Dabu smiled. All right, since both sides have agreed, then the postponement of the tournament. Dabu was halfway through when he was interrupted by a voice. I don't agree. Chapter 163. Shaya didn't think that Mocklin would interfere at this time. She was so angry that her face turned red. Mocklin, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Mocklin had a faint smile on his face. According to the ranking tournament's rules, this matter can only be decided by the captain. I'm sorry, but I'm the captain of dorm 787. I don't agree. Mocklin, I'm telling you, my do chi has already been used up. Kadina's magic is also the same. Even if the others don't have much left, we don't have the ability to continue the ranking tournament, Shaya said in a sharp voice. I know. Mocklin smiled. I didn't participate in the battle with the Soaring Dragon Academy last night. I'm conserving my energy, so my current condition is very good. Vice Principal Debussy, according to the tournament's rules, can I not agree to postpone the match? Mocklin looked at Debussy. Debussy thought for a bit and helplessly nodded. Mocklin's action was too shameful. As the Academy's #1 sacred knight, he actually acted so lowly. The surrounding students' gazes towards him had already changed, turning into disdain and contempt. You're taking advantage of people's difficulties. You're shameless. Shaya's face turned red. Looking at the surrounding gazes of disdain, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. However, Mocklin acted as if he didn't see those gazes. Looking at Ron, he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, see, the rules are the rules. Not a single word can be changed. Ron, how about it? I don't agree to postpone the match. Either you fight now, or you admit defeat immediately. If you don't have the confidence, it's better for you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Mocklin used the method of provocation. This was clearly looting a burning house. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent didn't have any do chi to force him to admit defeat, this kind of action was close to shameless. Many of the surrounding students began to whisper, is this Mocklin? How can he be so shameless? Simply shameless, shameful. Ron's gaze focused as he stared at Mocklin, as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. Mocklin smiled and calmly looked at him, as if these gazes weren't looking at him. Taking a deep breath, Ron slowly nodded his head. Okay, I agree. Let's start the match. A smile finally appeared on Merklin's face as he breathed a sigh of relief. Ron, I knew you would agree. You didn't disappoint me. Ron, you can't. Your power is a pornographic novel. It hasn't recovered yet. Aurora said anxiously. SST. That's right, it's the second place seconds already. It's not bad use. T's right. Eyes, I T says, T's eyes, let's continue. Aurora sighed. Since you've decided, I won't say anything. But let me tell you in advance, I don't have much strength left. I don't have much either. Manny said, I still have some. Fatty thought for a moment and said, but his words were ignored by everyone. Lansim gently shook his head. Ron, I don't have any magic left. Lansom's last sentence was the most fatal. Priests had no magic, which meant that there was no way to heal. Don't worry, they're probably the same. Ron smiled and pointed at Shea and the others. Shea sighed and didn't say anything. But Moklin's chi hasn't been depleted at all in your current state, Aurora said worriedly. It's fine. Ron made an okay gesture. I'm a necromancer. The power I use is different from yours. It's neither magic nor chi. My strength hasn't decreased by much. Hearing this, Moklin's eyebrows suddenly jumped. That trace of panic was well concealed by him, but in his heart, he was secretly worried. Heefels laughed, patted Moklin's shoulder, and said sarcastically, Moklin, congratulations. Moklin's face was indifferent, like an ancient well without ripples. Thank you. Dabu lightly sighed. Since it's like this, you should prepare. In the arena, there's already a sea of people. The students who had finished fighting with the Soaring Dragon Academy were all sitting in the spectator seats, watching the final match of the ranking tournament. This was the battle to determine the champion and the runner-up. The students were all excitedly discussing, but when they talked about Moklin, they all showed a look of disdain. They all thought that he took advantage of other people's difficulties and was too tasteless. But when it came to Ron, the majority of the comments were positive, and many people directly cheered for him. The two teams slowly stepped into the arena. Other than Moklin, who was full of energy, the others all had tired faces. The aftereffects of an entire night of fierce fighting were finally showing. Ron stopped Aurora and the others and said in a deep voice, Let me do it. What? Aurora was surprised. You mean to let you fight alone? Ron nodded. Your chi is almost depleted. Let me fight alone. Aurora also thought about it. Their chi was almost depleted, and there was no difference whether they went up or not. Maybe if they went up, they would even become Ron's burden. Shea and the others also don't have much chi left. The only one we have to be careful of is Moklin. Aurora lowered her voice. If we can't beat him, then forget it. We don't want this championship. Ron nodded and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. I will do my best. Of course, I won't try to be brave. As for the championship, if we do our best, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we don't, then there will be no hope at all. The soul ring was Ron's greatest reliance. It could replenish his soul force at any time, allowing him to be in an invincible position. What Ron was worried about was that he didn't know how long his physical strength could last, and there was no place to replenish it. Aurora nodded and said, Be careful. Then she led the few people from room 302 down the arena, leaving only Ron in the arena. The surrounding students were stunned. No way. This Ron is actually going up alone. I don't know if Moklin will duel with him one-on-one, just like he fools. If Moklin doesn't agree, won't he have to deal with the 8 people from room 787 alone? The students whispered, but Moklin was overjoyed. Only Shea sighed faintly. The teacher who was acting as the referee was surprised to see Ron walk up the arena alone and asked, You're alone again? Ron nodded, Yes. The teacher's gaze turned to Moklin, and Moklin said with a smile, The 8 of us will fight together. This meant that it was his business if Ron wanted to fight alone. As soon as he said this, many students in the audience cursed Moklin for being shameless and that he was a disgrace to the Academy's #1 dormitory. Even many people from room 787 were dissatisfied, and Shea was one of them. She looked at Moklin with deep disappointment. Was this person still the Moklin she knew? In the VIP seats on the arena's tower, Nikolai muttered to himself for a while, and suddenly said, This Moklin is not simple. There must be a conspiracy. Platz nodded slightly. Not many people knew that Moklin was the holy son of the Holy See, and he was one of them. He knew very well that the Holy See's goal was to kill Ron, but he couldn't stop the ranking tournament from progressing. There is another reason why Platz didn't stop the ranking tournament from progressing, and that was because he believed that Ron wasn't someone who would be killed so easily. If worst came to worst, he'd just admit defeat. The referee looked at both sides and inwardly sighed. He said, Since both sides have agreed, Then the final round of the Balarax Academy's ranking tournament will now begin. Everyone took out their weapons from their dimensional bags, and Ron also took out his dark gold bone staff. 8 against 1. Everyone's expressions were different. Mocklin had a sinister smile on his face, while Shea's expression was grim. She said, "Ron, even if you fight alone, I won't show any mercy. If you're afraid, then surrender as soon as possible." Ron nodded seriously. "I will. Bring it on." At this moment, Merklin moved. He suddenly used charge and rushed towards Ron. His speed was so fast that it caught Ron off guard. Ron had long since been prepared. His expression was solemn as he took a step back and silently chanted an incantation. A bone shield appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of him. Boom! Mocklin's heavy scepter smashed into Ron's bone shield. Faint cracks appeared on the tough bone shield. Mocklin's attack had opened the curtains to the duel. Mocklin's eyes were full of malevolence. "Ron, I want you to die in this battle." Although Ron found it strange why Mocklin was always targeting him in the face of his death threat, Ron still showed considerable magnanimity. "Very well, if you have the ability." With a twist of his wrist, a white bone spear appeared out of thin air. Ron held it in his palm, and his eyes flashed. He actually used the bone spear to stab at the bone shield summoned by Mocklin. Chi! The bone spear penetrated the bone shield and went straight through it, attacking Mocklin. Mocklin was slightly startled. He did not expect Ron to have such an attack method. In his daze, the bone spear had already pierced through his body. Mocklin's brows slightly wrinkled. There was already a bloody hole in his body. In the time it took to breathe in and out, the two had exchanged blows like lightning. It was clear that Mocklin was one step behind. Mocklin's heart trembled. He had still underestimated this ancient necromancer. In his carelessness, he had actually been injured. What he did not expect even more was that Ron, who had fought fiercely for an entire night, still had such powerful fighting strength. Too careless. Mocklin silently warned himself. A pure white light rose from Mocklin's body. Soon his wounds healed. Apart from the large hole left by the bone spear in his clothes, there were no other traces of injury. The priest of room 787 acted and healed Mocklin. Chapter 164. At this moment, Shea gritted her teeth and launched an attack at Ron. Kadena gripped her magic staff tightly and held a magic water ball in her hand. In an instant, the 8 people of Dorm 787 pounced on Ron like wolves and tigers, launching fierce attacks at him. At the same time, Ron didn't show any signs of weakness. His eyes flashed with a green light as he chanted in a low voice, summoning a large wave of skeletons. "Be careful. These skeletons aren't easy to deal with." Shea had suffered at Ron's hands before, so she hurriedly shouted. Although her relationship with Ron had improved a long time ago, they were both serving their own masters now. She had no choice but to stand on the opposite side. In fact, she didn't need to remind them. Everyone clearly knew Ron's strength, and no one would treat him as trash. On the contrary, no one dared to lower their guard when facing him. Kill, kill, boom, boom, boom. The battle of 1 against 8 immediately reached its climax. Ron pushed his soul energy to the limit, and the skeletal warriors, skeleton mages, and skeleton warriors poured out as if they were free. One after another, they fearlessly attacked Dorm 787. Mocklin's defense was terrifyingly high after casting the Holy Shield. He completely ignored those frail skeleton warriors. With a swing of his scepter, flowers bloomed on the heads of those skeleton warriors, and the entire skeleton turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The only ones that could cause trouble for him were the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. A paladin scepter was an extremely terrifying weapon. It was between a close combat weapon and a magic weapon. In other words, it could be used in both close combat and long-range attacks. Compared to other close combat weapons, almost all paladins didn't hesitate to choose the scepter. A paladin equipped with a scepter was an extremely terrifying existence. As the skeletons were destroyed one by the people of Dorm 787, Ron wasn't angry at all. His skeletons were originally meant to be used up. In the soul ring, he had as much soul energy as he wanted, so Ron wasn't afraid of wasting it. The fierce battle began, and the audience's emotions were ignited. The battle on the field made their blood boil. Ron's thin and weak body stood in the field, riding a skeleton warrior. Looking at his high-spirited appearance, he seemed to be at ease fighting 1 against 8. Go Ron, go, beat them to the ground. The audience on the field cheered for Ron one-sidedly. 8 people from dormitory 787 against 1 person from dormitory 302. No one was convinced. Seeing Ron's heroic performance, regardless of whether he won or lost, everyone couldn't help but cheer for Ron. When the cheers for Ron entered the ears of the people of Dorm 787, everyone felt as if their hearts were being pricked by needles. Not long ago, these flowers and cheers were for them. But now the situation was reversed. Except for 1 person, Mocklin. His expression was normal, and he didn't pay attention to the surrounding noise. He seized the opportunity to attack, and 1 skeleton warrior after another was defeated by him. At first, Ron relied on his unlimited soul energy to maintain the balance of the battle. But gradually, Ron felt that his strength was falling short of his desire. The drawbacks of his insufficient physical strength were slowly revealed. After summoning a wave of skeleton mages, his breathing began to become rapid. Ron's soul energy was unlimited, but his physical strength wasn't. Because of the fierce battle last night, he was panting not long after the battle began. On the contrary, Shea was a knight, so her physical strength wasn't bad. However, she also fought fiercely last night, and her Do-Chi was almost exhausted. At this time, her Do-Chi was clearly weakened by a lot. It was the same for the others. Katina simply stopped attacking. She had already used up all of her magic power. As the people of Dorm 787 withdrew from the attack, the pressure on Ron was greatly reduced. The bravest and most valiant person on the battlefield was still Mocklin. With his strength, killing those skeletons was like chopping vegetables. No matter how many skeletons Ron summoned, they were all destroyed by him in 1 blow. Divine light. Mocklin took a step forward and raised the scepter in his hand. In an instant, the dark gold scepter emitted a blazing white light. When the skeletons came into contact with the white light, they melted like snow in spring, directly turning into black smoke and disappearing. Ron's face turned cold. He felt that the opponent's power was faintly restraining him. After the wave of skeletons was cleared, a large open space opened up in front of Mocklin. With a sinister smile, he fiercely pounced forward. "Be careful, Ron. This divine power is very harmful to you," Homelin cautioned carefully. Ron nodded. At this time, Mocklin's figure had already rushed forward. Ron held a bone spear in one hand and a bone shield in the other as he fought with Mocklin. Below the stage, the people of Dorm 302 watched nervously. Aurora and Manny hugged each other tightly, their eyes filled with worry. "Ron, if you can't win, don't force yourself. I don't want you to get hurt. It's good that we're runners-up, runners-up." At this time, a tall knight instructor walked in front of them. He squatted down and fiddled with something. "What are you doing?" Aurora asked curiously. "I'm setting up a magic barrier," the knight instructor said without turning his head. A magic barrier was a type of magic array. It had a restrictive effect on some people's actions. For example, a soundproof barrier could isolate sound. The magic barrier set up by the knight instructor was to prevent the people of Dorm 302 from moving. Aurora immediately understood. Her almond eyes widened as she said angrily, "You suspect that we're cheating?" "Yes," the knight instructor said coldly. "I don't care if you're cheating or not. It's always good to be careful. If you don't intend to cheat, this thing is useless to you." This knight instructor was the one who had been watching Ron last time. Ever since that battle, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange. He became more and more certain that Ron was cheating. However, he couldn't find anything that could be used against him. This time, He might as well directly seal the people of Dorm 302 with a magic barrier. Aurora was speechless. She could only snort coldly and ignore him. The night instructor didn't say much either. He buried his head in setting up the barrier. The battle in the arena was still going on. The audience cheered one wave after another. They were all shocked by Ron's tenacity. Huff, huff, huff. Ron panted heavily. Everyone could clearly see that his physical strength had reached its limit. However, he still didn't lose. At this time, only Mocklin and Ron's duel was left. Ron's body was on the verge of collapse, as if he was going to fall at any time. Mocklin sneered in his heart. Hee, it seems that it's about time. In a while, you'll die in my hands. Damn, this guy is clearly at the end of his rope, but he's still so strong. Mocklin couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he quickened his pace of attack. At this time, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. A small cyan dagger silently pierced toward Mocklin. The dagger's angle was extremely tricky. It just happened to be between the flaws in the sacred shield defense. Mocklin was shocked. However, at this time, he didn't have time to dodge. The dagger pierced into Mocklin's thigh. Immediately after, a numb feeling came. His right leg didn't listen to him for a moment. Not good, the dagger is poisoned. Mocklin was shocked. Ron's attack succeeded. He immediately launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, his counterattack was a little weak. Mocklin forced Ron to retreat. He calmly pulled out the dagger from his thigh and used his Do Chi to force out the poison. At this time, he turned around and looked at the priest in his dorm. His meaning was very clear. I need treatment. Dorm 787 had a long-term tacit understanding. The priest naturally understood what he meant. However, he lightly shrugged his shoulders. His meaning was that he didn't have any magic power. Mocklin was helpless. He could only nod his head. He took a deep breath and raised his scepter high. Self-healing. A white light shone. Mocklin's whole body also turned white. At this moment, the wounds on Mocklin's body miraculously healed. There was no trace of injury. Paladins could heal themselves. Unlike priests, who could heal not only themselves, but also others. Paladins could only heal themselves and not others. That was why it was called self-healing. This was also the strength of paladins. They had a super high defense. Coupled with the ability to heal themselves, paladins deserved to be called a heaven-defying profession. It was said that in the mercenary world, many paladins went out alone to hunt strange beasts. This profession had the talent to act alone. Self-healing consumed a lot more magic power than a priest's healing. Mocklin's face showed a trace of fatigue after using the healing skill. He smiled and said, Ron, we can continue. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't that he didn't know that paladins could heal themselves. It was just that Mocklin's difficulty was beyond his imagination. At this time, his body began to tremble. His remaining physical strength could no longer support his movements. Mocklin didn't hesitate. He launched the final attack on Ron. He was determined to defeat Ron in this round of attacks. A hammer-like object condensed in the palm of his hand. Mocklin's face was cold. He swung his hand in an arc, and the hammer flew out of his hand. Boom! Ron's bone shield finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. At this time, his body swayed a few times, and he staggered back a few steps. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Mocklin's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. It's time! Ron! Ron! Room 302 shouted loudly. Aurora wanted to rush out, but the magic barrier seemed to have an invisible force that blocked her. Aurora desperately grabbed forward with both hands. Her eyes were wide open and filled with anxiety. She shouted loudly, Ron, stop fighting, surrender. Unfortunately, Ron could no longer hear her. A sense of powerlessness swept over his body. His physical strength had been overdrawn to the limit. Finally, his thin and weak body fell backward. Eyelids so heavy, I can't open my eyes. Ron's eyes moved and slowly closed. Room 787, neither of them win. I want a good sleep. Chapter 165. Oh, a long sigh came from the audience. Their faces were filled with regret. Ron, the expert in their hearts, was defeated just like that. However, in their hearts, they all thought that Ron was able to hold on for so long, even though he was defeated. Looking at Ron's body lying on the ground, their eyes were filled with admiration. Among them, the happiest were the people who bet on Dorm 787. This way, they would be able to make a huge profit. Shea also let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. She looked at Ron lying on the ground and thought, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. If he were to recover to his peak state, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. Let's go back. There's nothing to see. Prats also felt that it was a pity. He shook his head and left. Emperor Nikolai also felt that there was nothing to see. He also got up and left. Mocklin looked at Ron's body lying on the ground. He didn't have a trace of joy. On the contrary, he stood there blankly, his mind blank. I miscalculated. I really miscalculated. That guy actually fainted just like that? Bastard, this is completely different from what I expected. The mission that the Holy See gave to Mocklin was to kill Ron. In the Balavax Academy, he had no chance. Firstly, Ron wasn't that easy to kill. Secondly, the Academy's instructors would stop him, especially Vice Headmaster Debussy. He knew Mocklin's identity as the Holy Son. Naturally, he also guessed that Mocklin would make a move on Ron. His only chance was the ranking battle. In the ranking battle, he could kill Ron and Guangming. Afterwards, he could say that it was a mistake. In addition, Ron had fought with the Soaring Dragon Academy for an entire night. His vitality was greatly damaged, yet he still insisted on competing. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Mocklin wanted to kill him directly, but he found that Ron was not easy to deal with. He could only exhaust his stamina bit by bit. Just as he was about to make a move, Ron actually fainted from exhaustion. What was this? How am I supposed to make a move when you've fainted? Mocklin was so regretful that he almost wanted to tear his hair out. This was such a good opportunity. Just now, before he fell to the ground, he had rushed up to kill him as fast as he could, and nothing had happened. But now that he had fallen to the ground, what should he do now? Could it be that he had to kill him in front of everyone? No, I have to do it. Ron must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the Holy See. For a moment, Mocklin's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. Finally, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and strode towards Ron. Mocklin's abnormal behavior attracted Shea's attention. For some reason, Shea had a bad feeling. Mocklin, what are you doing? Mocklin did not answer. At this moment, his murderous intent was even stronger. Not only Shea, but everyone in dormitory 787 could feel it. The tutor who walked forward was about to announce the winner of dormitory 787. Seeing this, he opened his mouth wide and felt that Mocklin's abnormal behavior was strange. At this moment, Mocklin had already walked to Ron's side and reached out to lift him up. Ron's body seemed to have lost all feeling. He allowed Mocklin to lift him up and shake him continuously. The tutor felt that something was wrong and immediately shouted, Mocklin, what are you doing? The competition is over. Put him down. Mocklin chuckled. What do you mean the competition is over? Look, isn't he still standing? At this moment, not only dormitory 787, but everyone present was stunned. The competition was over, and dormitory 787 had obtained the final victory. Only the tutor could go on stage to announce the results. At this juncture, what was Mocklin trying to do? Even Platz, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He looked at Mocklin, his expression uncertain. He vaguely knew that Mocklin represented the Holy See and wanted to take Ron's life. However, he did not expect this Mocklin to make a move in front of everyone. At this time, Ron had already lost consciousness. Nikolai smiled. Interesting. It seems that this Mocklin's background is not simple. Aurora wanted to rush into the arena like a madwoman, but she was stopped by the magic barrier. She said to the night tutor, "Let me out." The others in dormitory 302 were also anxious and urged her. The tall night tutor scratched his head. But the competition is not over yet. According to the night tutor's understanding, The competition would only be considered over after the referee announced the result. However, although one side had fallen, the referee had not announced the result yet. Manny glared and said angrily, "What do you mean it's not over yet? Can't you see that Ron has already been knocked to the ground? Let's out." All right." The tutor thought for a moment and felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He quickly opened the magic barrier. "Mocklin, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy?" Shea was shocked and angry. Mocklin laughed. "Crazy? I'm not crazy. I just want to kill Ron." "Kill Ron? Why? Do you have a grudge against him?" Shea stared at him intently. "Yes, you wanted to kill him as soon as you came back. You planned this from the start, didn't you?" Mocklin smiled. "Yes, I can tell you that I'm a member of the Holy See." "Haha, the Holy See wanted Ron's head, so I had no choice but to comply." As soon as he said this, everyone in dormitory 787 was shocked. They did not know that Mocklin had joined the Holy See. Below the stage, Heifels frowned slightly. Mocklin actually joined the Holy See? He's a paladin. The Holy See must think highly of him. Heifels' wife, Miss Soya, said. "So you're a member of the Holy See?" Shea said fiercely. "It seems that your status in the Holy See is not low. You actually killed your own classmate for glory and wealth. You're too shameless." "So what?" Mocklin's eyes became crazy. "In order to achieve my goals, I've always been unscrupulous." Pornographic novels. Mocklin's gaze turned to Kadena with a hint of fanatical infatuation. "Kadena, marry me. To tell you the truth, I've already become the holy son of the Holy See. In the future, a lot of wealth awaits me. Maybe I'll even become the Pope. As long as you marry me, my glory will be shared by you." "Tisk with you, Pope?" Kadena sneered. "Your actions only disgust me." "You." Mocklin's eyes were filled with resentment. Why? I, Mocklin, have already become the holy son of the Holy See. I have strength and power. Kadena, why don't you like me?" Kadena smiled coldly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Mocklin become vigilant. He turned his head and shouted, "Don't come over, or I'll kill him." The teacher was stunned and resentfully stopped. He had wanted to sneak an attack on Mocklin and save Ron, but he felt that the situation had gone out of control. Aurora and the others had already rushed up and said anxiously, "You let go of him." Mocklin's hand tightened around Ron's throat as he shouted crazily, "Let me tell you, even if there's a powerhouse from the sacred domain here, there's no chance of saving him." Mocklin was telling the truth. He could crush Ron's neck in an instant. Even a powerhouse from the sacred domain wouldn't be able to save him in time, and even a priest wouldn't be able to save him. Just as Mocklin was distracted, Shea suddenly moved. She pounced on Mocklin. Mocklin shouted, "What are you trying to do? You stupid woman, don't you like me? You actually dare to attack me?" Shea was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wasn't angry at Mocklin, but she was angry at herself for being so blind that she actually fell in love with such a person. She tried her best to summon what little fighting aura she had left and fought with Mocklin. Mocklin resisted Shea's attack while laughing. "Shea, if you can persuade Kadena to marry me together with her, I'll also treat you well." "You're shameless." Shea was so angry that her face turned red. She attacked even harder. Although she didn't use any weapons, her fists that were infused with Do Chi were also very aggressive. Kadena was also incomparably angry. She wanted to blast this shameless guy with an ice ball. Unfortunately, her magic power was exhausted, so she could only stand and stare. Shea. Ifed had always been secretly in love with Shea. Unfortunately, Shea liked Mocklin. Now that the two of them had fallen out, he was secretly delighted. Finally, Shea's remaining Do Chi was used up, and she was easily pushed to the ground by Mocklin. She struggled to get up and pounced on Mocklin with bared fangs and brandished claws. Mocklin couldn't stand the woman going crazy. He pushed Ron forward and threatened, "If you come again, I'll kill him." Shea was shocked and immediately stopped. Mocklin's evil plan succeeded. He laughed and said, "Hee, Shea, I told you to stop and you stopped. You're so obedient. Don't tell me you like this guy." Look at how nervous you are." Hearing this, Shaya's face turned red. Her plump chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Mocklin, what do you want?" Looking at the face that was as beautiful as a peach blossom, Shaya, who was resisting her shyness, charmingly stood there. Her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Ron, who was being held hostage by him. Her face was full of concern, just like an anxious little wife waiting for her lover. Mocklin's words were originally unintentional, but in that instant, he seemed to understand something. Jealousy, anger, unwillingness. All kinds of emotions were tearing at his heart. Once upon a time, he was so close to Shaya. He only needed to stretch out his finger, and she would throw herself into his arms. But now, he felt that he was so far away from Shaya. He understood in his heart that Shaya no longer loved him. She had fallen in love with Ron, whom he was holding hostage. Why? Why would Shaya take a fancy to this evil necromancer? What's so good about this guy? Mocklin's heart felt as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at it. At this time, he discovered that Shaya was so beautiful and outstanding. Perhaps Shaya couldn't compare to Kadena in terms of beauty, but her talent and strength far surpassed her. This time, Mocklin faintly felt that Shaya's strength had greatly increased. She was close to the peak, similar to him. She could break through to the master level at any time. At this point, Kadena, as a senior magician, was far inferior. She was still far from the master level. One must know that Shaya was several years younger than him. However, Shaya had always been low-key. She didn't want to overshadow him in front of everyone. With such a woman, what more could a man ask for? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.